Just let me know.
I haven't seen LEMMiNO's video on it. I just meant I remember the event. Did they solve it? No. At least they give sub bill. No. Yeah, I mean, I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure it's still unsolved. They just have a working theory. Yeah, no, it's still not solved. It's just working theories. Let's do some punk chick in the 5 gift sub sweat. Thank you, man.
Delivery manager.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sweat. Thank you for a long time of watching, handyman.
Malaysian 370, standby.
At Kuala Lumpur International Airport, a Boeing 777 is preparing for departure.
Malaysian 370, request level. 370, we are ready, requesting flight level 350 to Beijing.
The
Malaysian
unidentifiable.
Airlines
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Flight 370 is a daily passenger flight between Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia and Beijing, China.
370, 3 to right of takeoff. Nice.
42 minutes past
cold.
midnight, Flight 370 is given clearance to depart.
The
On
bitch
board
beef.
are Captain Zahari Ahmad Shah, First Officer Farik Abdul Hamid, 10 cabin crew members, and 227 passengers.
Was this plane ever found? I don't know. I don't know.
Malaysian 370, Lumpur radar, good morning, climb flight level 250. Morning, level
Thanks for the bits,
250,
Lemoy.
Malaysian 370. Malaysian 370, climb flight level 350. Climb level 350, Malaysian 370.
Less than an hour into the flight, the plane is cruising over the South China Sea at an altitude of 35,000 feet. The night sky is clear, and the weather
They
is
found
calm.
pieces, but not the whole
Flight
thing.
370 is then instructed to signal air traffic control in Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam, as it is about to enter Vietnamese airspace. The flight controller in Kuala Lumpur says goodnight, with no sign that anything should be amiss.
Malaysian 370, maintaining level 350. Malaysian 370. Malaysian 370, maintaining level 350. Malaysian 370. Malaysian 370, contact Ho Chi Minh 120.9, good night. Good night, Malaysian 370.
Thanks, 3 sub acid redemption. Yeah, I know
1
Jeremy
minute
do it.
And 43 seconds later, the aircraft suddenly vanish from radar screens at Kuala Lumpur, Ho Chi Minh, and Bangkok.
What?
This form of positional tracking depends on a signal being
quickly?
emitted by one of 2 transponders aboard a plane, and so its disappearance would suggest both transponders ceased to function, or the system was manually deactivated by someone on board. All subsequent attempts to contact and ascertain the whereabouts of Flight 370 are unsuccessful. The aircraft has seemingly vanished without a trace. After missing its scheduled time of arrival in Beijing some 4 hours later, Flight
Thanks, Resub
370
Snarly.
is officially declared missing. And in the wake of that announcement, the most expensive search effort in aviation history is about to commence.
And then I remember like a year after this, Malaysian Airlines also had another plane go missing or another accident, I don't recall. But that one was really fucking eerie, because one of the passengers had tweeted, "Here's my flight if it goes missing," and then it actually fucking did.
Of the flight's disappearance between the South China Sea and the Gulf of Thailand. The search area was soon expanded, however, after the Malaysian military disclosed additional information. Unlike the radar system employed by air traffic control, long-range military radar does not rely on
the
transponders
Gronkowskis.
but use reflectance to track the position
Just done
of
work with them
targets. A
through the
review of the
company and
data
then became
collected by the
friends.
Malaysian military revealed that moments after contact with Flight 370 was lost, the aircraft had deviated from its scheduled flight path with a subtle turn to the right,
Yeah, you just haven't
followed
found
by
it
a prolonged
scary.
turn to the left. The aircraft had then flown back towards and across the Malaysian peninsula before turning right near the island of Penang. It maintained this northwesterly heading until it escaped the radar's coverage. Over the next few days, the Strait of Malacca, the Andaman Sea, and the Bay of Bengal was scoured by a multinational fleet of aircraft and vessels, but there was no trace of Flight 370. Meanwhile, investigators began to analyze the aircraft's satellite communication records.
What the
Like
fuck?
all modern airliners, Flight 370 was equipped with a satellite communications terminal, or SATCOM, to send and receive transmissions to and from the ground. Prior to departure, the SATCOM terminal had logged onto the satellite network and established a connection with a ground station in Perth, Australia. That station then maintained a detailed record of all the incoming and outgoing traffic between it and Flight 370. This is what it contained. Prior to the flight's disappearance over the South China Sea, everything appeared to be working as intended. Then, at some point during this portion of the flight, the SATCOM link was severed.
What happened? Did they see like a fucking dragon in the sky and just like get the fuck away from it?
3 minutes after the
Jesus
flight
Christ.
vanished over the Andaman Sea, the terminal requested to log back onto the network. The SATCOM link was successfully re-established and was not disrupted again until nearly 6 hours later, when the flight is presumed to have crashed due to fuel exhaustion. During these final hours, 2 attempts were made to contact the plane via satellite telephone. Both calls were acknowledged by the SATCOM terminal and would have been routed to the cockpit. Yet, they went unanswered. The terminal had also responded to 5 automatic status requests. In short, if the ground station had not heard from the aircraft in over an hour, it would transmit a signal to confirm the terminal was still online.
It's a real story.
While these transmissions did not contain any information about the flight's position, investigators were able to measure the distance between the satellite and the aircraft at the time of each transmission, based on how long it took those transmissions to be sent and received. This generated 7 rings of possible locations from which 7 of these transmissions are thought to have originated. By taking fuel consumption, speed, and other factors into account, flight path analysis indicated the most probable origin of the final transmission to be somewhere along this arc in the southern Indian Ocean. The search effort shifted accordingly, and as the region fell within the jurisdiction of Australia, the Australian government took charge of the operation. Over the next few weeks, the search area was progressively refined to account for oceanic drift as well as improved estimations of the flight path. But this part of the southern Indian Ocean is so remote it took 6 days just to get there. A new fleet of aircraft and vessels gradually covered more than 4.5 million square kilometers of ocean, but Flight 370 was nowhere to be found. If the impact with the ocean had been sufficiently forceful, it was possible the resulting sound had been recorded by underwater listening devices known as hydrophones. This possibility was investigated, and 4 hydroacoustic monitoring stations had recorded something.
It is crazy how much shit there is, like, already in the world. Like, if it crashes in the middle of nowhere, luckily we still have these robo-lizards that we have just for monitoring. Might be picked up by one of those.
While the timing and direction of the sound were reasonably consistent with the final satellite transmission, the estimated origin was not. The sound was in all likelihood caused by nothing more than geological activity. Flight 370 was also equipped with 2 underwater locator beacons which had a battery life of some 40 days, and as the deadline approached in early April, signals with a pulse and frequency somewhat similar to the signal emitted by the beacons were detected at depths of up to 3,000 meters. An autonomous submersible then spent weeks scanning the seafloor where the signals had been detected, but no wreckage was ever found. And nothing would be found until more than 16 months later, when a discovery was made on the opposite side of the Indian Ocean. On the 29th of July 2015, a group of people were cleaning up a beach in Reunion, a small island to the east of Madagascar, when they stumbled upon this 2-meter-long metallic object covered in barnacles. Aviation experts quickly identified the object as a section of an aircraft.
I guess I've never seen a barnacle. Looks like it's fucking growing almonds. Or like little sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds or something. Damn, barnacles are fucking weird.
Covered in barnacles. Aviation experts quickly identified the object as a section of an aircraft wing known as a flaperon. Upon closer inspection, internal markings including dates and serial numbers conclusively ascertained the flaperon belonged to Flight 370. Even though Reunion Island is some 4,000 kilometers west of the search area, and more than a year had gone by since the flight disappeared, the location was consistent with simulations of debris dispersal patterns. There was now tangible evidence that Flight 370 had crashed somewhere in the Indian Ocean. The discovery of the flapper arm prompted numerous searches along beaches and shorelines of southeastern Africa, and at least 31 additional items of interest have since been recovered and examined. Some of these items include a section of the outboard flap from the right wing, a piece of cowling from one of the two engines, a partial door from the nose landing gear, a section of the vertical stabilizer.
I fucking
and a
hate
mangled
airplanes,
casing
man.
From one of the embedded headrests.
This is why I don't fly. This shit is terrifying.
18 of these items were identified as either likely, highly likely, or almost certain to have originated from Flight 370, whereas only 3 could be confirmed. The remaining 11 could not be identified. There were no traces of an explosion found on any of the debris tested, nor was there any evidence of a fire except for 3 small burn marks on one of the unidentifiable items. The search for debris was further aided by Earth observation satellites. Analyses of satellite imagery from March of 2014 uncovered a number of images which appeared to feature man-made objects floating on or just below the surface in the southern Indian Ocean. However, the images were not nearly sharp enough to resolve any identifiable markings, and multiple searches notwithstanding, this debris was never recovered. A satellite image taken mere hours after the final transmission also captured what appeared to be a contrail some distance away from the search area. A later analysis, however, concluded it was most likely a shadow from a somewhat linear cloud formation. The underwater portion of the search continued for months and eventually years before it was finally suspended in early 2017, by which point
they gave up.
120,000 square kilometers of seabed had been scrutinized. The search effort was then resumed by an American salvage company known as Ocean Infinity, but after more than a year of searching,
Well, how would
too
they have done
came
that,
up
Ryan?
empty-handed. Unless the final resting place of Flight 370 can be located, it may be impossible to determine exactly why it crashed. Nevertheless, there have been no shortage of theories. On the day of the disappearance, 2 of the passengers raised suspicion as they had boarded the flight with stolen passports, which immediately prompted concerns of a hijacking. But investigators were unable to link the 2 men to any terrorist organizations, and soon determined they had traveled under false identities because they were seeking asylum, not due to any nefarious intent.
Yeah, like hijacking wouldn't make any sense. They didn't make any demands.
Passengers were identified as a flight engineer who might have possessed the necessary expertise to take control of a Boeing 777. Apart from the 239 persons on board, Flight 370 carried nearly 11 metric tons of cargo. Among the items listed on the flight manifest was a shipment of lithium-ion batteries, which led some to suspect a fire might have broken out mid-flight. For instance, the crash of
Why do we
UPS
still
Airlines
use lithium
Flight 6
batteries?
in September of 2010
Nothing good
was
comes
the
from that
result
shit.
of a fire that was ignited by a pallet of lithium-ion batteries. Another potential source of ignition would be an electrical malfunction. The crash of Swiss Air Flight 111 in September of 1998 is thought to have been caused by a fire
Your
within
phone?
the electrical wiring above
My
the
phone
cockpit.
doesn't use
The
lithium-ion
fire
batteries,
damaged and
ion
disabled
batteries.
multiple avionic
It's an
systems,
iPhone.
including the
It uses
transponders
children's
and
tears to
SATCOM.
power it.
In the case of Flight 370, the sudden loss of communication and subsequent deviation
Makes
from
it
its
tier 1,
scheduled
hello there.
flight path might have been a direct response to a fire. The 2 pilots may have turned back towards Malaysia to attempt an emergency landing at the nearest suitable airport. But no such attempt was ever made. Instead, Flight 370 kept going and remained aloft for another 6 hours. Some have theorized the crew might have been incapacitated by a sudden or gradual loss of cabin pressure. For instance, when Helios Airways Flight 522 failed to pressurize in August of 2005, the pilots quickly fell unconscious. Yet the aircraft continued to fly on autopilot for more than 2 hours until it ran out of fuel. Airline pilots are of course trained for such an event.
Wait, what
In the
the
event of cabin
fuck?
depressurization, fell unconscious.
Wait, did it crash or did it land itself? What the fuck? We have the capability for the plane to just completely fly itself on the pattern? I thought you still needed the pilot present to guide it. I thought it was just kind of like activating cruise control in your car. Hold on a second. Did it crash or did it like just have a successful landing all autonomously? Oh, it crashed. Oh, fuck. So it didn't pressurize and everyone was incapacitated. Holy shit. Oh, did he say it crashed? Oh, I just looked at this. I didn't even notice it said crashed. Well, that'll do it. Thanks to the resub, Erotic and J. Cuddy.
Yet the aircraft continued to fly on autopilot for more than 2 hours until it ran out of fuel. Airline pilots are of course trained for such an event. In the event of cabin depressurization, an automatic system is designed to deploy oxygen masks to give the pilots enough time to perform an emergency descent to a more breathable altitude. The data recorded by the Malaysian military radar does indeed contain altitude information, but it is highly inconsistent. In fact, the Boeing 777 is incapable of performing the extreme altitude fluctuations recorded. At one point, the aircraft exceeded its maximum operating altitude by more than 15,000 feet, before making a 50,000 feet nosedive in less than a minute. Attempts to recreate these maneuvers on a flight simulator were unsuccessful, and thus the data was deemed inaccurate and unreliable. If Flight 370 did lose cabin pressure at 35,000 feet, and the pilots were incapacitated before descending to a more oxygenated altitude, it might explain why the aircraft remained aloft for as long as it did. What is a bit more difficult to explain, however, are these alterations in heading. Flight simulations have established the aircraft must have been under manual control during the initial left turn, as the bank angle or inclination of that turn was beyond the limits of the autopilot. Subsequent turns, however, could have been either manual or automatic. But for the autopilot to have made these course corrections, someone with the requisite knowledge must have programmed it to do so. The only other alternative is that the aircraft was in fact under manual control.
Thanks for the bits, Beef, and hello there. Yeah, I was talking about it the other day, hello there. I still haven't caught up on all of it, but yeah, it's a pretty fucked situation.
In late June of 2014, several news outlets reported that a special investigation had identified the captain of Flight 370 as a prime suspect. A search of the captain's home had uncovered a flight simulator which supposedly contained a suspicious route which ended in the southern Indian Ocean. At the time, there was no official acknowledgement that such a route had been recovered, and a lengthy public report issued by the Malaysian government in 2015 made no mention of such a discovery. Then, in 2016, confidential documents pertaining to a forensic examination conducted by the Royal Malaysia Police in May of 2014 was leaked to the media. These documents made it clear that such a route had not only been recovered, but thoroughly examined. Soon thereafter, the Malaysian government confirmed the existence of this simulated flight path, and this is what it looks like. It should come as no surprise that many regard this as damning evidence of premeditation, but according to investigators, it is not quite so evident. The data recovered consists of 7 coordinates, 2 in Kuala Lumpur, 2 in the Strait of Malacca,
what was he planning to do? Drive it straight to fucking Antarctica?
And 2 in the southern Indian Ocean. The data was reconstructed from a file that had been automatically generated and saved by the simulation software a month before the incident. However, it's not clear whether the coordinates originate from the same flight session. In other words, it might not be correct to simply trace a continuous line between these 7 coordinates, as they could be from separate sessions. The forensic examination by the Royal Malaysia Police simply concluded no activity captured conclusively indicate any kind of premeditated act pertaining to the incident of MH370.
There's a bit sweeper.
Even so, the similarities between the simulated route and the presumed route of Flight 370 directly influenced the search operation. Australian investigators considered the possibility of someone deliberately extending the range of the flight by gliding the aircraft off the fuel exhaustion. If so, the plane could have traveled an additional 200 kilometers. Alternatively, the range could have been reduced by a controlled ditching prior to fuel exhaustion. While ultimately deemed unlikely, these 2 scenarios did affect the search effort. If the captain steered Flight 370 off course with the intention of crashing in a remote part of the southern Indian Ocean, his motive is an even greater mystery. Sahari Ahmad Shah was 53 and married with 3 children. He had more than 18,000 hours of flight experience and a spotless track record. Investigators found no evidence of financial issues, and his monthly expenses before the disappearance indicated nothing unusual. He had no history of mental illness, nor had he displayed any recent changes in lifestyle or behavior. He was raised on the island of Penang, which has led some to speculate the flight's second turn to the southwest of Penang was the captain getting a final view of his hometown. Some believe a hijacking could have been politically motivated, as Zahari was an avid supporter of a democratic opposition leader who was sentenced to 5 years in prison mere hours before Flight 370 took off. Others point to unconfirmed reports of marital issues, but this is contradicted by the official investigation and disputed by family members. The only real inconsistency noted by the final report is that the captain failed to repeat the assigned radio frequency during the last verbal communication.
Malaysian 370, contact Ho Chi Minh 120.9. Good night. Good night, Malaysian 370.
It would have been standard procedure to repeat the assigned frequency, as the captain had correctly done a few minutes prior.
370, contact Lampu Radar 1326. Good night.
Alright, 1326 Malaysian 370.
Whether this omission is indicative of anything but a mistake is anyone's best guess.
Yeah, I don't think that means
shit. By all accounts, Captain Zahari was an affable and well-respected pilot who was passionate about aviation, as evident by the photos and videos he shared on social media.
Hi everyone, this is a YouTube video that I made.
Oh, that's kind of cute.
Community service after learning.
The co-pilot was found to be even less conspicuous. Farik Abdul Hamid was only 27, and due to marry a fellow pilot, he had nearly 3,000 hours of flight experience, although only 39 hours in this type of aircraft. Much like Zahari, Farik had no financial, mental or interpersonal issues of note, nor was there any evidence of conflict between the two of them. Some questioned the plausibility of a pilot-instigated hijacking due to the apparent lack of interference by the other pilot. Well, when Ethiopian Airlines Flight 702 was hijacked by the co-pilot in February of 2014, he did so by merely waiting for the captain to take a bathroom break before locking the cockpit door behind him. The co-pilot was then free to divert the Italy-bound flight to Switzerland to seek asylum. The only noteworthy piece of evidence in regards to the co-pilot of Flight 370 is his phone. You see, when the confidential documents were leaked, they also confirmed another long-circulated rumor, namely that a cell phone tower had briefly established a connection with an iPhone 5S belonging to the co-pilot as Flight 370 approached the island of Penang. According to investigators, it was not a phone call, as has been widely reported by the media, but merely an automatic location signal. Why this information was omitted from public reports, we may never know. So what is one to make of all of this? On the one hand, the simulated flight path seems suspicious. On the other, it is difficult to cast any substantial doubt on either of the two pilots' character.
Yeah, I mean, the dude seems nice. Like, I don't think
to deny a hijacking is consistent with the available evidence. Then again, we're missing some quite major and literal pieces of evidence. The final report issued by the Malaysian government in 2018 could not attribute the loss of communication nor diversion of Flight 370 to a malfunction. Instead, it is believed that someone manually manipulated the aircraft and its systems. For instance, investigators believe SATCOM was manually disabled by a sudden and prolonged interruption of power. Then, once power was restored, the terminal simply rebooted. Likewise, the alterations in heading are believed to be the result of manual inputs. With that being said, the uncertainty of these findings are repeatedly emphasized due to the limited evidence available, and the report does never explicitly state the flight was hijacked. In fact, no real conclusion is reached. Both the Malaysian and Australian government agree that Flight 370 crashed in the southern Indian Ocean, but that the cause is indeterminable without the wreckage, the location of which has managed to elude some of the foremost aviation experts in the world, as well as an impressive arsenal of cutting-edge technology for more than half a decade. Authors, aviation experts, and independent investigators have all chimed in to offer their own thoughts and theories as to the nature of the crash and the location of the wreckage. Some believe there was no crash, but that the aircraft was shot down by an American naval base in the middle of the Indian Ocean. The satellite transmissions were then supposedly
That wouldn't make
forged
any sense,
as part of
though.
a massive cover-up.
Wouldn't explain
Others
this.
believe the aircraft turned right towards India and traveled as far north as Kazakhstan, completely undetected. Debris was then supposedly planted along shorelines of southeastern Africa as part of a massive cover-up.
That makes sense, I guess.
Another theory suggests the aircraft was remotely hijacked and controlled by someone on the ground.
Thanks to Prime
While
Greg.
Boeing and other companies have experimented with technology that would allow for an aircraft to be remotely controlled, no commercial airliner is known to be outfitted with such a system. On the less conspiratorial side, the assumption that Flight 370 flew in a straight line and at a constant speed after turning left towards the southern Indian Ocean might simply be incorrect. In early 2018, a French team of independent investigators proposed an alternate flight path, whereby an attempted landing on Christmas Island led to a crash site much further north than the region identified by the
Christmas Island, huh?
While a surface search of this area was conducted about a week after the disappearance,
what are the odds?
The underwater phase never reached this far north.
Thanks to the resub, Jimmy.
As of the making of this video, the search operation has been suspended, but there have been talks of potentially resuming the search. For now, it seems, the vanishing of Flight 370 will remain a mystery.
I had no idea it was that deep. From what I remember, I thought it was just pretty well understood that it crashed. And I thought it was just like a straight line and then something happened, they didn't know what. I had no idea there was this whole like turn, all this shit. I had no clue. That is so fucking weird. So the first turn had to be manual. They had to manually turn off the systems like shit. Why do people keep saying shot down? That wouldn't make any sense. That doesn't explain this at all. And also why the systems would be turned off. It was shot down by 5G towers. Yeah, maybe that makes more sense. Thanks for the gift sub, Skittle, and the resub, Jimmy. What an interesting fucking mystery, man. Yeah, I fucking hate planes. If even one plane malfunctions and crashes, I'm never going on one. It's fucking horrifying. I wish we could just have some sci-fi shit, or just a giant portal that rips through space-time continuum, so that way you don't have to be, like, reatomized. You just, like in Jumper, you know? Or not Jumper. Doctor Strange. You just open this giant thing and you see the other side and you just step right through. Watch the new Nexpo vid. I do like the channel.
Wayne Kernigan was stuck at home during an excruciatingly long winter. He was what his parents believed to be a problem child, experiencing nightmares, arguing with his 7 siblings, and getting in trouble at school. Having gone on record to state that his father beats him with hockey sticks, it was undeniable that their humble abode in suburban Connecticut was less of a place of refuge for him. The man on the phone says that Wayne should come right away, and that they'll have a private jet waiting for him at Danbury Airport.
What a good deal.
His mom tells him not to worry,
wow,
and that it's more of an outdoor camp type thing that'll make him better. So Wayne packed up his stuff that night. Eager? Sure. Nervous? Yes. But absolutely awaiting the things to come. Inquire on why he was sent there.
Who made this vid? It's Nexpo.
Drugs.
I keep seeing this one's fucked up.
When Wayne began to question whether he was going to the place he thought he was.
Cults are known to be pretty cool.
Didn't seem right. Looks like a camp, he thinks. However, when he exits the vehicle, he isn't greeted with the silent serenity of nature, but instead, the screaming.
Yeah, but that could mean anything. I scream when I'm having a lot of fun. Like, yeehaw, we're having fun. Yeah, I saw the American Horror Story cult season. American Horror Story is the best shitty show.
Across the United States, a rise in for-profit behavior modification facilities were in action. Now called the troubled teen or tough love industry, It seemed to be a money machine aimed at altering and stifling troublesome behavior in adolescence.
Well,
The
someone's
exact
got
date is
to.
hard to gauge, given that this was the decade following the rise of the hippie subculture. Authority was and had been challenged for years.
Whoa! That facial hair is kind of nutty. That looks cool. It's like Wolverine, but not cool like Wolverine's. It's like a little cushion. That's nice. That's like an OG neckbeard.
In early 1970, a psychiatrist
Thanks to
named
resub
Gerald Davidson,
Finca.
alongside investor David Goldberg and a man named Joseph Ritchie, would band together to create a school named Elan, a private co-ed behavior modification program geared from grade 8 to beyond high school. Ritchie billed the facility as one that would correct bad behavior by teens without punishment, while painting himself as a genuine mentor that could help make that happen.
They had a
City
website?
133 have gone on record to state that their initial, outside impression of the school was that it was like a summer camp in the Maine woods. However,
Looks like a summer camp.
Furthermore, some have stated
It does
that
look like
once they
Crystal
exit
Lake.
the vehicle expecting a lively campground, they're instead faced with a sight much stranger. Some students were spotted wearing degrading signs, some shackled in handcuffs,
What?
some being yelled at. Point.
They
It's been
take
noted
discipline
that
very
some students
seriously.
attempt to flee. School was marketed, touting itself as an altruistic institution genuinely concerned with helping troubled teenagers get better. It was clear from the outside that those claims were a reach.
Is that Charles Manson teaching the class?
But
Man, they got
just how far
celebrities,
would they take
teachers.
that?
Good for them.
Observe the
So
vernacular
this is pretty
used to
recent.
appeal to each parent. Dear parents, we're very aware of how lonely and confused you must feel as you sit down to read this. If you're like the parents of most of our students, you're faced with an adolescent whose behavior is out of control and you don't know why. A youngster who's been given everything and is throwing it all away is difficult to understand, but you can see that this process is progressive. The most saddening part is knowing that your offspring is ruining his or her future. Your own pain is difficult, but your pain for your child is unbearable.
Yeah, they're not reaching their
But
full
coming to
potential.
Elan, it's been noted that Joseph Ritchie was somewhat of a salesman. He was charismatic and excelled at convincing parents of all the good that Elan could do for their kids. The good that, as we'll soon find, was all a lie. Reportedly, once your parents agreed to send you off to Elan and pay the $50,000 tuition fee, they designated time and date with Elan's so-called teen escort service. They
Wow.
wouldn't pick you up during the day, though. Instead, in the middle of the night when you're
Why,
fast
though?
asleep, they would bust through your door and kidnap you.
Why?
In years past, Elan staff have stated that since the child has no say in attending, their capture hinges on the element of surprise.
Okay.
According to a blog, two
So are
men
these
breaking
just
into the teen's
stories
bedroom,
what?
physically subduing them.
Are these just stories this guy makes up? What? No, what? Is all you read creepypastas? Why would he make up a 52-minute story and make websites to corroborate it and evidence and stuff? It's just like a history lesson that's well presented.
Tying them up with plastic handcuffs, throwing them into a van, and then driving them to Poland, Maine, where they'd be handed over to the Elan school. Such experiences often traumatized the teens who were abducted. For all they knew at first, they were being taken by criminals to be held ransom, tortured, or worse, killed. This practice became notorious around the United States, eventually earning its nickname, the Elan Snatch. If
So this was
an
so
indication,
well known that it had
was
its
clear
own
that
name?
Morality wasn't the school's strong suit.
The 70s, man? What are you talking about? This was in 2000. They have a fucking website. Had a website.
Day 1. Students would typically arrive to Elan during the early morning hours of the day.
Oh,
Due
it
to the
started
nature
in the
of their transport
70s.
to
Oh,
campus,
gotcha.
they were
I see what you're
often known
saying.
to resist their escorts.
I see what you're saying,
It's been
sorry.
noted that their capture was designed this way, utilizing their escape attempt against them as a tool to convey that no matter what, they're not getting out of there. Often, the first stop would be the dormitory showers, which served as a tool in robbing each student of their sense of individuality. Reportedly, students are thrown into them with absolutely no privacy and are demanded to remove all of their clothing and valuable items. After complying, they're given what Elan calls no-image clothing, which, as the name implies, simply includes a bland, colorless shirt and pants, effectively forcing them into a state of conformity.
Well, let's not get carried away. A white t-shirt's pretty
each
cool.
new student would be taken into a common area where there was
I wouldn't necessarily look too deep into that.
This, in essence, was a tenured student designated to be a guide. On paper, they were told to help their students adjust to their new life on campus, somewhat like a peer, while educating them on how great and effective the program is. As we've seen in studies like the Stanford Prison Experiment, I'm sure you can see why this would be a bad idea.
I don't know that experiment.
Oftentimes, big brother figures, much like staff, would take great pleasure in exerting their superiority over the newer students.
Looks like the house from Promised Neverland.
If you want to act like a baby, you get screamed at. If you want to act as more like a mature adolescent, you get talked to.
Oh, so I was like, wait, what?
Speaking of cults,
Was that footage from Elon University? Is it Elon or Elan? I don't know how to say it. Either way. But didn't he just say that they were forced to wear, like, the colorless shirts? Because that guy, like, that second guy, he's kind of dripped out. He's got a chain on. He's got a red button up. Oh, that was staff. Gotcha.
the social hierarchy at Elon is structured in a way that heavily resembles one. At the school, students
Professor
are immediately
Snape.
placed into two categories. Strengths, which were tenured, obedient students that were a few steps up the totem pole, and non-strengths, the newer ones who typically resisted treatment. Strengths were allowed to talk to fellow strengths and non-strengths. Non-strengths, on the other hand, were only permitted to communicate with strengths. If a non-strength were caught communicating with a non-strength, harsh punishment would soon greet them. They were quickly disconnected, reprimanded, and robbed of any future potential.
So if this is
use
supposed
the
to be a
phone lines
scam,
ever again.
I feel like this is a lot more effort than just
On top
not
of the phone manipulation,
doing this.
every Elon resident was
It seems
required
like
to
so
write
much
what
more
the school
work to
calls
abuse the
a guilt
kids.
letter, which, as you might expect, is an explanation of how great the Elon school is for them, all the great activities they do there, and how well they're progressing through the program. These letters would be heavily scrutinized before being mailed out to their parents. In most
Yeah, I get that it's a
cases,
cult,
verbally
but usually
tortured
cults have a
with the pleasure
purpose.
of the Elon school staff. It was clear to students that they weren't getting away from this anytime soon. And after realizing this, their minds would often pivot away from rebellion and towards compliance in hopes of power.
Yeah,
through the
money.
program.
That's why I would think
They
they'd want to
still
run a
most of them to
scam as
become
opposed to a
somewhat
cult. And it'd be so much
brainwashed,
easier to
ultimately stuck
not
in a
abuse the
system that will
kids.
do
Takes a lot
everything
more
it
work to do that, I
possibly
imagine.
can to make their escape.
So I'm assuming there is a point to the cult, like they want to turn these kids into like super soldiers or something, I don't really know. But if it was just a scam, they're putting a lot of work into it. Whereas they could just take the kids here for $50K a year and
As
just
you
let
might
them play
expect,
basketball
the
and
rules
sleep.
at the Elon school were immense. Exerting nearly totalitarian control over everything that happens, Joe Ritchie's set of rules, which he called guilt, was gargantuan and needlessly meticulous.
Maybe tier 1 Wheeloo.
As a student at Elon, you would be expected to refrain from doing the following: having any image, reading as a non-strength, not completing learning experiences, writing without permission, being sideways,
Don't know what
looking
that
at
means.
security zones, non-strength interacting, talking too loudly, talking too softly, looking at the opposite gender,
Whoa.
being attracted to someone,
Whoa.
any physical contact, looking out windows,
What?
unauthorized drawing, not listening to higher
Holy
ranks,
shit.
pretending to sleep at night, thinking of running away, being in the bathroom for too long, wearing dark clothing, being manipulative, being lazy while working, listening to music, talking too much, showering for
All
more
in
than
all, they're
10
pretty
minutes,
lenient.
not talking enough, making facial reactions to orders, negative body language, pretending not to have guilt, oversleeping, undersleeping, smiling, and the list goes on and on.
That's not bad.
Clearly, these rules were not designed to be followed.
Basically a lawless
causing
place
harsh
over there.
penalizations to become commonplace. To help enforce these,
Thanks to Reset
individuals
Integra
known
and
as
Razzle Dazzle.
expediters were designated by the school to stand on watch with clipboards. Primarily, they were known to catch those that broke 3 rules: being attracted to members
Thanks
of
to
the
Give Sub
opposite
Uzi.
gender, looking at the opposite gender, and making prolonged eye contact with anyone else. Since Expediters 2 were required to fill their clipboards with names and infractions at the risk of their own punishment, They frequently and unapologetically made assumptions and accusations that were a lie. Laces and the requirement to wear a bright yellow t-shirt and short pink shorts. The school figured that without laces, their shoes were effectively useless, in turn preventing any ability to move any faster than a walk.
What is it, like barbed wire on the ground or something?
Risk punishment
Just go barefoot.
is shown with this student. Instead of a t-shirt and shorts though, he was forced to wear a bright pink rabbit suit with cuffs around his legs. It's unclear if this is a repeat offender, but it raises the question as to how far Alon would actually go with this tactic.
Thanks, the Resub Hunter.
Students that smiled at a place were punished by wearing dunce caps and reduced to work that the school calls shot down. These involved repetitious, dull tasks like mopping floors, scrubbing the insides of trash cans, and even cleaning toilets with just a single toothbrush.
Man, if I went to one of these fucking schools, if my parents sent me here, I would never forgive them.
It's been noted that approval by sometimes 6 or more superiors was required before you were able. And even then, an escort had to watch you while you were in there. This, on top of a myriad of other degrading punishments, like humiliating sign and diaper wearing. It's clear that Alon kept an iron grip on their daily operations. Their daily operations that took up most of the daily schedule, and those that were deceptively named by the Alon school themselves as their treatment.
Makes it a bit savage. Give some Ethan.
But I will say, all of these punishments are relatively tame compared to what we're about to talk about. Let's just say, if you pissed off a staff member, they could start something called a general meeting on you. And trust me, you wouldn't want one.
That doesn't sound so intense. Well, we're just gonna debate, huh?
There seemed to be no standard for them. Get your feelings off, the administrator screams. And following this, each student in the room would begin screaming at and berating the student, firing off slurs and obscenities.
Oh, so it's like Twitter.
No matter how much
pretty innovative
pled for everyone to stop, no matter how much they broke down, no matter how much they cried, general meetings would not end until the admin said so. And when it finally did, the victim would lie there, often crying and exhausted at the relentless abuse that they'd just endured. It's clear that general meetings aren't designed to reprimand. They're designed to completely break each and every student that's the subject of one. And with this, we can effectively put the points together that Alon was doing nothing more than running an operation that commanded total compliance. Any self-thought or sliver of independence that students thought they had was gone. They were merely reduced to weapons. Weapons that, at a moment's notice, could just as easily be used against them. "7 p.m.
Are they also haunted by vampires or something too? Like, how much worse can it get? Fucking werewolves or something?
On academia and outside marketing, school time within Alon was secondhand to the students' treatment. Typically, the time frame for learning was 7 to 11 p.m., but sometimes could run longer. As you might expect, there were no extracurriculars, no physical education,
on Squish
no
and the
projects,
Resub Kukaru0
no
and
legitimate
Gengar.
exams, nothing. Instead, students were required to grade themselves on work that they were self-assigned with absolutely no direction. Allegedly, he believed students were easier to control while sleep-deprived and utilized even this as a medium to work against them. By 11 p.m., if a student makes it through a night of work without issue, school hours then draw to a close.
Not bad.
They're quickly released from class and escorted to their dorms, which were often in the form of uncomfortable, impersonal, military-style bunk beds.
That's military style? A piece of wood?
Sleep was known to be difficult, as designated students named night owls were assigned to stand guard with flashlights. In regular intervals, they'd shine them on the sleeping students to both ensure that they hadn't escaped and to secure the fact that they're actually asleep.
What?
A requirement that, as we can recall, was also in the list of Alon's rules. And if one actually manages to calm their nerves, dozing off into their only time of tranquility, that would allow them to effectively place the cap on a day in the nightmare. that
I just want to see if like the main guy behind it's still alive, but I don't want it to be a spoiler either. His name was like Joe something and I forgot, so I'm trying to find it. It says, I don't think it's Joe Rogan, but it keeps wanting me to type in Joe Rogan. It was like Joe something. Richie, that's what it was. He's dead. Damn.
A notorious aspect of Elan, among everything else that happened there, was something called the Ring. Considered the highest level of punishment, Elan staff could make the call to start the Ring at any time. Enough for a specific student.
Well, I gave them safety equipment.
In the Ring, a student's designated as a bully and is outfitted with a face guard and gloves. No one was safe from the Ring either. Some bore pre-existing injuries, some were much smaller than their opponent, and some were even pregnant.
Wait, what?
Even worse, things seemed to be treated like a game, with superiors commentating.
This is only up to high school.
TV. In reality,
how are
this was the furthest.
Wait, I'm super curious then. So how were some of them pregnant? Because you're not even allowed to look at the opposite gender, and assuming that you lived here for a year, how would you get pregnant? That makes no sense to me. I guess if they could have arrived pregnant, which would check out. Staff? Oh, I see what you're saying, by the staff. Right. Thanks to the prime material. I keep forgetting that there's actual adults behind this, because it looks like, it sounds like they literally only appoint the students to do everything here. It's like Lord of the Flies.
This thing from TV.
It costs $17,400 to send the average youngster to Elan for 1 year. Even at that price, there are judges, social workers, and parents who consider it a bargain. Elan's defenders claim it has the most consistently effective program for salvaging young people who are too difficult for other facilities to handle.
It's administered by the kids, first of all. Corporal, it's a harsh term. Okay, what it is we have the Ring, okay, which
oh, he's super open about it.
Misinterprets. It's not a boxing ring, it's a ring of human people. The bully is introduced as what he is. In this corner is the bully who's trying to turn this facility into a detention center, okay? And in this corner is the house champion who's going to show him why it can't be done. And that's exactly how it does. And we never allow the bully to win.
But girls get put in the ring, too.
Well, girls bully as well as boys do. I mean, you know, it doesn't, it's, you know, we're a equal rights facility.
Oh, that's progressive, okay.
Spanking, which is symbolic. Again, it's a last resort, okay? Wow. And it's one resident spanking another resident, and it's done with a ping pong paddle, okay? And usually a person won't get spanked more than once or twice. But it's a symbolic thing, which is if you're going to act like a baby, you should be treated like a baby.
On December
so he is just super open about it.
A 15-year-old Elan student named Philip Williams was placed into the Ring. And so, that evening, a ring session commenced with Phil as the bully. There was fight after fight after fight. In the end, it's been reported that he was beaten up so badly that he fell flat on the floor, and it took an entire 20 minutes before an ambulance was called to help him. 20 minutes or so they called the ambulance. They took Phil and they never saw him again. His sister claims, "I thought it was a wonderful place. I thought they were helping my brother. I thought he was coming home."
How can you think that when they actually kidnapped him?
In a box.
Like, I don't get that delusion.
Elan's
Their technique was to kidnap them.
That he had regularly faked headaches. The cause of death? A brain aneurysm. And no charges were ever filed against them. Yeah. That cult is one by the name of Synanon.
Never heard of it, and I know a lot of cults.
County, with a warrant to investigate reports of child abuse.
In recent years, Synanon began calling itself a religion.
He's 52 years old. He's deaf in one ear. He's an egomaniac. But one of the wisest persons that I've ever met in my life.
He knows how to get people moving. He creates turbulence.
Gentlemen,
Is the prime bone scope?
No member of the California Department of Corrections is permitted on Synanon property unless he has the express permission of Charles David.
Very cool spectacles. What is he, a fighter pilot?
In early 1958, a man by the name of Charles Dedrick Sr. would found the group in Santa Monica, California. It was intended to be a drug rehabilitation program aimed at delinquents. However, in the years that followed, it appeared to stray from that mission entirely. The distinguishing form of therapy employed by Synanon was something called the game, which, in today's terms, is more commonly known as attack therapy. The focus of the game was to break down the social construct of an individual's mind by first allowing them to open up about themselves before commencing an aggressive beratement session, much like we discussed earlier with general meetings. The primary goal was to recreate someone's personality and sense of self by completely demolishing everything they know about themselves before rebuilding them as a newer, subjectively better person. It hinged on the brink of legality while being entirely immoral. And, unsurprisingly, by 1991, the cult would disband due to criminal convictions that caught up to many of their members. The founder also died just 6 years later, leaving behind a dark legacy that, to this day, is known as one of the most dangerous and violent cults that America has ever seen.
That's weird. I've never heard of them.
This is, of course, the abridged history. To be honest with you, I could make an entire hour-long video on the operations and practices of Synanon.
Oh, they look like they're having fun.
For another day. If there's one takeaway tonight, though, it's that it unknowingly serves as an inspiration and blueprint for other institutions to follow. One of those being Elan, and by utilizing similar practices, they appeared to carry the torch that Synanon was forced to abandon. They knew they had to keep up appearances too, thriving off an immaculate public image, spearheaded by the charisma of Joe Ritchie. Before the age of the internet, admittedly this was easy.
Built with Prime Pink. Why didn't they fight back? Brother kids. What do you mean?
Through the late 70s and into the early 80s, reports of the true nature of Elan began to spread by word of mouth from former students. Authorities in Maine reportedly visited the school upwards of 12 times to investigate, however returned with absolutely nothing to show for it. Frustratingly, the operation that Joe Ritchie was running was completely and entirely legal. There were no laws in place for facilities like this, so it was allowed to remain in operation without issue. As we touched on, the media was the primary in for outsiders at Elan. However, even they failed to communicate the extent of their operations. While they showed select parts of it, unfortunately Joe Ritchie was given enough airtime to convince the public and the news crew that it was nothing more than their treatment taking place. By dehumanizing the students, emphasizing their delinquencies on national television, he was able to use this notoriety to his advantage, ultimately swaying the public opinion into believing that what he was doing was entirely good. On top of the growing number of alumni, though, came an increase in escapees, which only furthered Elan's unwanted infamy. Over the years, 3 students, a 16-year-old unidentified individual, a 15-year-old Brad Glickman,
and a
17-year-old Don Birnbaum would all escape successfully, however would meet wildly differing fates. For the 16-year-old, it's been reported that he ran over 15 miles through the wilderness in the middle of the night. He was eventually caught by an officer, Max Ashburn, and after hearing the boy's story and observing his physical condition, he helped him return home.
What a good guy!
For Brad Glickman, he was shot. In 1990, after escaping Elan's search parties, he made his way to a house in a small town. Authorities believed that he had a connection to the girl that lived there. However, the homeowner opened fire, ultimately killing him.
What? What? That's like the most American shit I've ever heard in my life. This guy must know my daughter. Like, what? Jesus Christ. Actually, 2 gift subs, Kill Command and the resub Terra in Tier 1 Summer.
And for Don Birnbaum,
how unlucky,
too had escaped the clutches of Elan, eventually finding a trucker named James Cruz, who was willing to take her home. A few hours down the road, though, Birnbaum would find that Cruz's true intentions weren't quite so virtuous.
Oh, Jesus.
As it turned out, he sexually assaulted her on the side of the highway before strangling and abandoning her body between routes 26 and 550 in Pennsylvania. She was discovered by another motorist with a yellow rope tied around her neck and without clothes from the waist down. And from her corpse were tire tracks resembling that of a semi-trailer. Since Birnbaum had crossed state lines, an FBI investigation was commenced for her, and after cross-checking with numerous similar cases that have happened in the area, the truck belonging to James Cruz was deemed as the culprit. Upon catching up to him and searching his vehicle, authorities were able to find but a single blonde hair that belonged to Birnbaum, effectively leading to his arrest.
That's incredible detective work. Like, just think about that for a second. This is in the middle of fucking nowhere. Random trucker picks up a random student, well, student's the wrong word, random person from a cult, and they somehow tracked it down to the right guy who did it. That is incredible. What's incredible? Just the detective work here. There's a tier 1 pack. And the resub Juke and the Prime Scary Man, and the resub Genius and Virgin Shadow. What?
A cult in a boarding school?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it is pretty wild. What are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing? Just watching One Piece.
Okay, well, have fun.
I'm not even playing any games right now.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, you're in a good arc. You're having fun.
It's a really good arc. It really is.
Thanks to resub Side Jellyfish.
Hi, chat. I'm seeing all the hellos, but I can't read too much past that because my glasses are not on. Anyways, I'm gonna go back to that.
Okay, well, have fun.
Much to the school's displeasure, these cases successfully gained ample attention. Joe Ritchie resultingly paid off numerous judges and journalists in hopes of drowning out the negative press.
Thanks to Prime Proximity.
However, outsiders were beginning to catch on that these students were running for a reason.
Quick text message.
But why?
There we go. Okay. All good. Thanks to the resub Adventure Creature Mumbling Plot in the Prime
October 30th, 1975. A 15-year-old girl named Martha Moxley was out with her friends participating in what they call Mischief Night. This typically involved TPing houses, ding-dong ditching, typical teenager antics. Later that night, Moxley found a liking to a Thomas Skakel, eventually kissing him before the pair decided to venture off. To the other friends in their group, seeing Moxley fall over the Skakel's backyard fence with Thomas was the very last time that they would ever see her alive. The next morning, the Moxley family awakens as usual. They go about their morning routine, however notice that Martha is missing. Upon searching the house for her, they notice a body lying by the tree out in the backyard.
And they don't really have one stoner boner.
And discover a grim scene. Martha is lying, lifeless with her pants down. Her body appears to have been visibly beaten, and a few feet away from the body, broken remnants of a 6-iron golf club.
Holy shit.
This club was eventually traced back to the Skakel family. Autopsy reports claimed that she was bludgeoned and stabbed to death, all by that 6-iron. And since Thomas Skakel was the last person she was spotted with that night, he was the prime suspect in her murder. Due to a lack of sufficient evidence, however, he, among the other suspects, were eventually absolved.
What?
And as a result, the Moxley case, frustratingly, went cold. 3 years later. Thomas's 18-year-old brother named Michael Skakel is arrested for drunk driving.
What a great family, all around.
Admission to Elan. While there, Skakel was known to be problematic and outspoken. According to Elan students at the time, he would regularly boast about a girl named Martha and how he sexually assaulted and killed her. One student named Gregory Coleman,
what a weird thing to brag about,
recounting how Michael had gone on record to state that, "I'm going to get away with murder. I'm a Kennedy." The Kennedy reference was alluding to his relation to Robert F. Kennedy, something that would prove pivotal in launching his eventual trial to the national spotlight. At the time of his confession, though, nobody could do anything about it. Given the overbearing nature of the rules set at school, any student that tried to tell someone about this was quickly reprimanded. It would take an entire 22 years before Skakel's actions would reach the public eye. In January of 2000, he was arrested and charged with the murder of Martha Moxley, and due to his relation to the Kennedys, it was a case that commanded the airwaves. Since Skakel's primary vehicle of bragging about his crimes was Elan, this, by proxy, had also thrust the school into the national spotlight. Dozens of students took the stand, exposing the callousness that occurred there. The humiliation, the general meetings, the beatings, the ring, the deaths, all of it was brought into the public eye. Realizing this, Joe Ritchie did everything he possibly could to keep discussion about his operation to a minimum.
He looks like Neil Breen.
He eventually took the stand, downplaying any mention of Elan, touting its high success rate, and doing everything he possibly could to divert the attention back to Skakel
and hope you like God Slap
Skakel
Creamy
only. But this was only marginally effective, as this was in the 2000s. An interconnected era of information catalyzed by a little something called the internet.
That piece of shit, huh?
Michael Skakel was eventually found guilty of the murder and was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. After serving just 11 years behind bars, he was granted a new trial in 2013, in which he was let go after posting a $1.2 million bond.
Oh, Jesus.
Today, he walks a free man. But
Exit Tier 1 sarcastic, and the recent Phil Swift and
the
Stick.
inhumanities committed at the Elan School were documented in one of the most high-profile cases in decades. And because of this, people began talking, theorizing, and investigating, effectively marking the beginning of the end of Joe Ritchie's iron grip on the hundreds of students that were helpless beneath him.
Thanks to the resub Nathan and the Prime Green Gorilla and Tuga sub Sarcastic.
But with his weakening grasp on the media surrounding his operation came a different hurdle that Joe Ritchie would soon have to overcome. In June of 2000, he was diagnosed with lung cancer caused by his well-known addiction to cigarettes. And just 6 months later, on the 29th of January 2001, Joe Ritchie would pass away in Portland, Maine at 54 years old. As a result, his second wife, Sharon Terry, would take over operations at Elan. It was clear, though, that due to the increased publicity among the rising alumni testimonies, the idea of Terry having a lot of PR work on her plate was putting it lightly. Throughout the years, numerous changes would be put in place in response to
Hold on, someone just said something. Skakel is in jail, by the way. His conviction got reinstated in 2016. Thanks to resub Monty, Geo expert in chasing bubbles. Well, this video is brand new, and he said that he's a free man. Let me see. Let's take a peek. I don't see anything about him going back to jail. Yeah, there's nothing about him going back to jail. Literally nothing. He got reinstated, just exonerated in 2020.
For instance, the ring was eventually forbidden from being used as punishment. And while this was substantially a good thing, the other cruelties would remain. What Sharon Terry was unaware of, though, was that due to the rapid rise in technology, namely the internet, even her reign over Elan would soon meet its demise. When the water settled following the Skakel case, mentions of Elan were made on various forums throughout the next few years. They would get people talking, however it wasn't quite enough for definite action. By 2010 though, something would change. A website that we all know very well would help spearhead one of the most effective exposed stories in the history of the internet.
I want to take a guess. I don't know the story, but I want to guess. Is it Something Awful? Something Awful used to be pretty powerful. No way, is it Reddit? God damn it.
That website was Reddit.
Son of a bitch!
On November 26, 2010, a man named Jeff W., who went by Gazaz My Hero, would make a post titled, "Even skimming this once will blow your mind. Most probably think it's made up, but you'd be dead wrong." Within it, he explains that he was an Elan student in 1998 before outlining in detail the reality of what took place there. They're mostly points that we've already covered and explored in great detail tonight, but back then, these claims were unbelievable. The school was very much still in operation, so some initially had a tough time wrapping their head around the fact that a place like this actually existed. But then came the comments, the other stories from other alumni with their own experiences. Gazaz My Hero's post carried weight. It was real, and these atrocities needed to be
Tier
known.
1 Dewey Nose and 2 gift sub Zuki.
Eventually, this thread would rack up over 2,000 likes and 1.4 thousand comments. While this may not have caused Elan's closure outright, it aggressively reopened old wounds. 2010 was not 2000. The internet user base was exponentially larger than it had been, and resultingly, the effectiveness of this newfound attention caused a massive amount of backlash that the Elan school had never before experienced.
Thanks, 3 sub chimeras.
4 months later. On the 23rd of March 2011, the Elan school announced that it would soon be shutting down. Cher and Terry blamed the call on what they deemed to be libelous remarks made about them online. The school has been the target of harsh and false attacks spread over the internet with the avowed purpose of forcing the school to close. The school, unfortunately, has been unable to survive the damage.
Shucks.
And on the 1st of April 2011, the Elan school would close its doors.
What a great date to close on fucking April Fool's Day.
They blamed it on declining student numbers in hopes of diverting the attention away from the actual cause. But on the outside, everyone knew the real reason. For students, this was unbelievably good news. However, the damage they endured was something that would remain.
Thanks to the Prime Bands and Sutrus and the resub, Wilhelm, Geegan, and
numerous suicides have occurred as a result of attendance at Elan. PTSD with alumni is rampant, and it's clear that the school had done nothing but damage people. A filmmaker and former student named Todd Nilsson, creator of a fantastic Elan documentary named The Last Stop, has gone on record to state that, as a student, he was helped by their unconventional tactics, but he knew the majority of others weren't quite so lucky. Today, hundreds of stories remain online about the cruelty committed at the Elan school, about the facade they upkept for 41 years. Reading through these are eye-opening, and you can find them on nearly every piece of media and documentation that exists about Elan online. To all of you that have shared your stories, that have opened up about the torment you went through, your voice is the reason that Elan ceases to exist today. This video would not exist without you, and I wish I could say that I feel your pain. But I don't.
What's Cher and Terry up to? Let me take a peek. Cher and Terry, what's going on? Wow, since 2011 she has vanished. Holy fuck. Her spirit was trapped in Elan, and when it closed down she just ceased to exist. Holy fuck. Yeah, I cannot find anything of Cher and Terry after 2011, my god. Well, thanks to the resub. Physics. God damn, that was fucking intense. So I imagine over the course of 41 years, they must have had a lot of students graduate, and I'm really surprised that it took Reddit to be the one to finally shut that shit down from one post. The graduates were brainwashed. That's true. I guess it's hard to really understand that perspective, since I obviously wasn't there for the brainwashing. I'm gonna go fill up my water now. I'll be right back. I'm very curious about this. Recommended actually gave me something that sounded interesting.
Hello? This is Rhodey, aka War Machine. The former is played by actor and Academy Award nominee Terrence Howard. The latter is played by actor and Don Cheadle.
Don Cheadle, the man. Also, Terrence Howard's the guy you might remember has been trying his best to convince the world that 1 times 1 equals 2. He tries to completely change math as we know it. That's how I know Terrence Howard.
The first Iron Man film, but you might not know why.
Didn't he want like a ton of money?
Within these big franchises that consistently gets torn down and torn apart by the media when you realize what's going on underneath. But having the title of Oscar winner on a resume means that they can also charge more for their performances. By the time Iron Man was rolling into production,
so it is a money thing. I'm pretty sure it was just money.
Around $3.5 to $4.5 million for that performance.
Not bad.
This made him one of the highest paid actors in the film.
Pretty solid.
And at that time, he's actually paid over 6 times more than Robert Downey Jr. He only made about $500,000.
Only is the wrong word for that number, I think.
Studio on set money. When a project like Iron Man is successful enough to create a franchise, it's usually great for everyone involved. The directors and producers...
Except Terrence Howard.
Robert Downey Jr. was rumored to have made $10 million for the second film, a pay increase of about 2,000%.
Not bad.
He was able to, on the other hand, was actually offered a significant decrease in pay from what he was expecting to earn.
I'm jealous.
Marvel eventually offered only $1 million. It's rumored that Iron Man director Jon Favreau was ultimately unhappy with Terrence Howard's performance.
I do remember hearing that they did not like him. Like he was very rude.
But to make sure that Terrence Howard's future roles would be measured against a larger contract.
Yeah, so it really was a money thing and they just didn't like him in the movie.
Returns in the future on the next film or the film.
It's not super deep, it doesn't
After
seem.
the dust, Seth publicly claimed that he was the one who recommended RDJ for the role of Iron Man, but that he ultimately was happy with the way things turned out.
Terrence Howard is a really weird guy, though. Like, aside from giving a bad performance and wanting more money, he's a very unlikable person to work with from everything I remember reading. Plus, he's the guy that keeps really trying to push that 1 times 1 equals 2. Billionaire wants to create futuristic city in Arizona desert.
And he wants the first phase to be built by 2030. Team 12's Michael Doudna has...
Sounds cool to me.
But is this utopia built in the desert even possible?
The
yes.
Technology to do what he...
Who is this, God? Oh my God. Holy Lord. Where is he?
He's the first person that tried to build utopia.
In fact,
wow.
Lord wouldn't even be the first.
Man's communicating from heaven. I wish him the best. Good luck. I was just reading about the Jagex situation. They just shut down RuneLite HD, which has been in production for 2 years, where a guy named 117 put 2,000 hours of his life into it, and it was supposed to release, I think it was today, and Jagex today said, fuck you, and they shut it down. Even though they've known about its existence for the last 2 years, they waited until launch day to shut it down, just to fuck this guy in the ass as hard as they could. It was despicable. I was reading up on that. From what I understand, it wasn't the old school RuneScape team that did it. It was more of like the upper echelon of Jagex, but my god. That's some toxic shit. If they really didn't want that, they could have told him at the beginning. I watched the update on Yandere Simulator. No, let's check it out. Is Yandere dev still acting like a weirdo? Oh, it's done?
He's made a statement on the WordPress. He's made a statement on his Patreon. He's decided to let the people know who are financially supporting him what exactly is going on here.
All right, it's ready. Whoa, look at that. So after what, 9 years in development? It's finally ready? I mean, this is probably one of the most troubled developments of all time. Very public meltdowns, almost nothing going right, but we got there, baby. We fucking got there. It's not actually done. These posts make it sound like he thinks it's done. Oh, it's just a separate game mode that he finished? Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh my god. Alright, I see what's happened here. Jesus Christ. What's the point in never finishing the project? Is there any benefit to him? Yandere Simulator is it's old school. This shit was in development for so long. Most of the big YouTubers played it. PewDiePie, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, they've all played Yandere Sim. It was a massive, massive game when it was like first released as like a demo thing. And then I believe it was put up as a crowdfunding thing that has just never even been close to done. And the developer has very public meltdowns. He like purges his Discord and Hangouts once a week, or at least he used to. It's Disrupt, the world's deadliest computer virus. Alright.
A 6.5 magnitude earthquake is shaking the foundations of the Bangai Islands. 93 million miles away, Mars, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter.
Oh, is it a
Saturn,
space virus?
And the Sun. All
aliens hacked our hentai folders?
Back at the equator, it's early morning. A student presents an idea for his senior thesis. He says the internet has become too costly for the average person.
Damn, this is really well made. Holy shit.
He can create a program that would retrieve the account logins of other individuals, hijack their internet.
Thanks for resub, Tim Tom.
Obviously, he wouldn't release the bug. He just wants to show he can do it before graduation. The dean's response?
We do not... What does that say?
Student writes...
We do not produce burglocks. What is that, like a Magic the Gathering card? What the fuck is a burglock? We do not... Burger? No, it's not a burger. What the fuck is this? Burglars! Oh, this is a K. Oh, I thought this was a K. Burglars. He just... he forgot this part, so it looks like a K. Okay.
The last line of code. He originally developed it to be geolocked to Manila, a safety net. But last minute, out of sheer curiosity,
he
removes the geographic restriction. Shrouded in the universal message of peace, the file looks to be from a secret admirer.
Oh, this is like the... Ooh, this is a classic!
Once opened, the full file extension reveals itself.
Hey, thank you, Tip. Thanks for resub, Cum Dragon.
It uses an exploit in early computer systems that allowed it to run system code simply by being opened. The top two files are sent to the Windows system folder, where they wait. The bottom one is sent to the Windows directory.
Production on this is off the fucking charts.
In the local machine registry. This causes other programs to run as soon as the system boots, before the user even has a chance to log in. From there, it opens Internet Explorer and randomly picks from a series of 4 web pages. Once landed, it downloads winbugsfix.exe. Then, it adds another registry key at the starting line.
Okay.
It gathers the system
what does it all mean?
Password, IP address, and remote access information, packages it up neatly, and sends it to mailme at super.net.ph. After the details are set,
I love that he has like his own little fucking video game world here to enter.
Like .js or
it's like Code Miko shit.
It overwrites them with the file extension. It does the same for JPEGs and MP3s, rendering them completely unretrievable.
World's deadliest computer virus.
Once the damage is done, the worm enters Outlook, scans for emails, then sends itself using the originator's email address.
Thank you, Tier 1 Seagull and Resub Rimbuck.
Destruction is now spreading through a message of peace and love.
You are watching Disrupt.
This is movie quality shit here.
From Philippines to Hong Kong, the virus has infected several large corporations and banks. Not only deleting important files within the companies, grabbing the email listings of all individuals in contact. From there, it jumps to Europe, where it wreaks particular damage to the email servers within the House of Commons. They're forced to shut down, same with the Denmark Parliament. With classified documents in danger of being wiped out.
Who the fuck opened I love you emails at the Parliament building? Nobody's getting an I love you message there.
That the Air Force had previously placed across bases throughout the country. It then creates a sort of window for centralized command.
What is this?
Exit Tier 1 Nathan, computer virus.
Email matches the description. Command sends a
not understanding
TCP
the video.
reset to that desktop.
It's
Just explaining the virus?
Yeah, and what? It's like a history lesson.
Oh.
The private sector is not so lucky.
Well, I highly disagree.
Including AT&T and Ford. They are forced to take their email servers offline.
Exit Tier 1 your friend Tio and the Prime Nardo.
55 million computers. Along with the emails, a second spreader has been identified. Within the original files, one is named mirc.ini.
Oh, I thought it was going to be a dude's name. It was just a picture of my dad. He was spreading it back in 2000.
Contacts that the victim may share on a server. Instead of a love letter, though, it sends this message. Thinking it's a legit file, tech-savvy users of IRC would recognize the name, the author of MIRC. It's only after running the script.
Thanks to give sub your friend, the resub Kartik.
To do with it. Security analysts are scanning the virus, looking for clues as to the origin. They find that a component within closely resembles a password cracker named that was discovered 4 months earlier. They find within it signed names and resumes, an entry that says, in the resume portion is an extended list of
like the Joker with a calling card.
Along with a group title.
Good man.
This traces back to an after-school club at a computer college in the Philippines. An apartment is raided. Inside is a man, a woman, and an empty desk with a dusty outline of a Gateway Performance 1500.
I know.
The man, now identified as Romo Ramones, is the boyfriend of Irene de Guzman.
Oh, is this something that actually happened?
The older sister of a student from the college.
No, I thought it was just explaining what could have happened if
just so happens
this happened.
On the list.
What?
I didn't know that they actually had a virus go through. When was this?
2000.
Oh, well, that's why.
Exit Tier 1 Pinkerton, the Prime Kawarda. Resub Jake.
You're going to find that it's a lot lighter than usual as you drive eastbound from the...
That was Love Shack by the B-52s. You're listening to 102.7 KISS FM. Folks, it's a sunny 75.5 degrees in Los Angeles.
It's fucking 3. Why would I know about this?
It's Win a Porsche Friday. You know the rules.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember it super well either, but I don't know why it'd be a fake history lesson.
I didn't realize that it was a history lesson. I mean, he's just explaining what happens if a virus goes through and all this stuff happens. I didn't know it was something that really happened that way. I thought it was just going through like this could happen if this...
I get you.
Very recognizable as our current day web. This is before .coms and .orgs.
Hey, he said like a history lesson. Doesn't make me think it actually happened and it's an actual history lesson.
A telephone number for ARPANET was the first wide area network that allowed different connections to send information to each other. Also known,
I wonder if they're gonna bring up my old website here for evidence. I remember I had a Pixo.
His home modem. Sure enough,
maybe that's the key.
He's gained access to the University of California, Berkeley. Diving further, he discovers there's potential government documents hidden behind a password. He tries guessing. He tries UCB.
Good guess.
Dante continues logging in. For him, it's less about obtaining sensitive information or leaking it, more about gaining power, snooping around, seeing how far he can cross the line. On one of his deep dives, he makes a fatal error. He forgets to mask his login name.
Why even make the login name your name?
Miles away.
Make it like Dick Hard Thundercock or something. Who cares?
He continues. The kid answers the door. He's greeted by the Los Angeles DA. They seize his computer, but since he's underage, he isn't charged.
Now he works for NSA.
In the back reaches
Tier 1
of
sentient
Menlo
salt
Park
and the
storage
resub
facility,
Moshe and the 2
two
gift subs
workers are
linen.
clearing out unpaid storage units.
Already
It's a
seen that
routine
Seagull.
job.
It's like a
Break
300
open
million
lock,
view video.
Clear out the belongings, auction off what they can. But in this particular unit, they find something. The Stanford Research Institute, one of the centers impacted by the previous escapades,
Is it Prime
reaches
Rye?
out to Kevin, proposing that he works for them, securing their network. The 18-year-old is hired.
Hey, congrats, Kevin! Fuck
There's a
yeah!
condo a few blocks from the main entrance
Big
of
pickup.
SRI. He spends his days working on encryption algorithms for secure military communications. He's successfully gone from an underground black hat hacker to a white hat hacker with a paycheck. Detective James Neal of the Menlo Park PD thinks he's looking at a standard case of stolen property. The storage bill is assigned to
Thanks to the anonymous gift sub.
John Anderson. A quick search finds this name to be a fake. Upon further inspection of the unit, the detective finds blank IDs and a document containing an unpublished number of the Soviet embassy.
Oh boy!
Another document.
We've been infiltrated.
containing the name.
Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Shuby, and the Prime Urinal Goblin, and Dad Kisser. Cool name.
The National Bureau of Investigation issues a mandatory court appearance for 2 students, Onel de Guzman, who originally proposed the thesis, and Michael Buen, who is suspected to have helped write the structure of the worm.
This is his trial date still pending 21 years
Nowhere to
later.
be found.
One day we'll ask him about it.
The worm continues its spread, though the effects are beginning to weaken. A press conference is called. The guest of honor, Onel de Guzman. When asked if he's the one who unleashed the virus, Onel states, and when questioned if he feels anything,
Oh come
about
on,
the damage
go
caused,
hard with the
he looks
supervillain
dead,
shit.
mumbles nothing, then covers his ears. Being the first large-scale computer crime out of the Philippines,
Thanks to resub,
the
Jeff.
authorities have trouble charging Onel
And
with
Drop
anything.
Bears.
Over the subsequent months,
Been alright, man. Hope you had a good
Philippine
day.
Congress passed legislation dealing with computer-related crimes. But seeing as this was made official after Onel's stunt, he can't be charged. Ultimately, the case against him boils down to credit card fraud. Onel never admits
Thanks to
to
5 gift
creating
subs,
the
Sticky
virus,
Keys, and resub
only that
Plant.
he may have inadvertently released the program. All charges against him are dropped. In total, the estimated damages are said to exceed
$7.8 billion
in wipe files
Wow, not bad.
for cleanup.
Fuck yeah,
2 years
Onel de
later,
Guzman.
He
Congrats.
finally admits to creating the virus and releasing it. He said he did it alone.
But why? What did he want? The madman.
ABS files have been written. And nope, it's been overwritten. It will not boot.
Exit Prime, Narfles,
Right
and
now,
resub
a cybersecurity specialist
Lyricity.
is deep in an organization's
Yeah, we'll do
infrastructure.
Darkman in a bit.
He's well equipped to face any situation that may arise, but he started at the fundamentals. Is offering computer science courses at a fraction of the cost of traditional university rates.
Wait, this is absolutely an
Whether you're looking
ad.
to become a network engineer, cybersecurity
Yeah,
specialist,
oh, it was still so well produced, I thought it was part of the hack.
computer science
Shit, they almost had me. God, it's like the fucking Chris Angel pre-commercial,
Intro,
yeah, pre-commercial shit. It's so
Paulson is
fucking
brought in for
cool.
questioning. He denies everything.
He's resub Zeus.
A few hours later, they accompany him to
I
his
thought
condo.
that said I forgot
Inside,
the law, not
they
I
find a
fought the
room full
law.
of more
I was like, what?
One of these is a lineman's headset. This device can be connected wherever there are exposed telephone wires accessible. When connected to a line, the handset is essentially indistinguishable from regular telephones, except it can intercept active calls, answer incoming calls, and make outgoing
Imagine
calls.
having to straighten all those wires
Back then,
out.
you need
Yeah.
a license to operate it. Something Kevin is lacking. They confiscate some of the equipment and start their investigation.
Is that Kevin, that son of a bitch?
Documents and equipment. They
Going in there to flip over a fax machine?
Pictures. A young, slender male crouching down and picking the lock
Slender
of
man.
a Pacific Bell trailer. Further pictures show
Whoa!
the same subject inside the telephone trailer, posing with it.
We got him! Thanks to the resub, Shabay.
Past 4 years, Poulsen has been finding a particular thrill in dumpster diving.
Okay.
This will be your last chance to get the...
Who doesn't love a good
Using
dumpster, huh?
those to gain access to physical networks.
Have you ever
FBI
dumpster dived?
agents
Nope.
silently surround
I just
Kevin's
like
phone
garbage
with
trucks.
calling. Then,
Like a real
the
man.
leader's phone rings.
Catch me if you can.
The agents immediately trace the call, only to be led straight to a Pacific Bell number. Instead of jumping town and heading out of country, Kevin decides to
Thanks for
stay
5
close
resubs,
to
Chance. And the resub
home, dyes his
Nocturne.
hair a different color,
Thank you, Chance.
picks up a new identity. To get some quick cash, he utilizes his phone line skills in an all-too-easy scheme.
We're sorry. All of our representatives are still assisting other customers.
It's a sunny 75.5 degrees in Los Angeles, and today isn't just any
Dark Souls win? Soon. We'll hit more Dark Souls soon.
It's Win a Porsche Friday. You know the rules.
Thanks to Tier 1 Monolithic.
I'm going to bed.
2,
Yeah, sleep well.
1, let's roll.
Kevin flips a switch, blocks every other caller from reaching the line. Now, any line that is picked up would redirect to him,
You don't have to be up for anything.
including the 102nd.
Not early.
Congratulations, you've won a brand new Porsche. Who's the lucky winner?
Wow, I can't believe it. This
Thanks to Tier 1 Gantz.
Michael B. Peters.
One can only speculate about what motivated Kevin Poulsen.
Oh, God.
Before he fled,
It's
that he's
non-pedophile hunter Chris
young
Hansen.
man, possibly a genius. But now he is a wanted man, facing up to 37 years in prison.
A TV show has just aired an episode about Kevin's hacks. The show opens their phone lines to callers that may have tips about the subjects. On the premiere of this particular episode, the phone lines are jammed.
Classic Kevin.
During his time laying,
He released an EMP
LA
device.
Vice Squad, a division focused on public order crimes like narcotics and gambling, pick up Kevin on an undisclosed minor crime. Eventually, though, they release him, failing to check the federal warrant database.
That was lucky.
The feds have received a tip that Kevin is still living in LA.
Thanks to gift sub against
They
Sticky.
question some of his acquaintances. One says that he frequents. They go to the store, give the employees his picture, and wait.
Just go to a different market. You can't be forming habits as a criminal.
Is working the night shift.
Gotta keep them on their toes.
He spots a familiar face. Kevin has dyed his hair a light blonde, but it isn't enough.
Hey, Wheeler, thanks for the 5 gift subs, man.
Dials the authorities, ensuring Kevin doesn't spot him. By the time they arrive, Kevin is gone. For the next 24 hours, the agent on duty, Terry, stakes out the parking lot.
Thanks to the
Kevin
Prime,
pulls
see
up.
that?
Terry takes a position at the front door. 2 clerks sneak up behind Kevin and tackle him to the ground. Hearing the
But it
commotion,
wasn't
Terry
Kevin.
runs in.
It was a 9-year-old schoolboy Kevin
They bring
paid
him into the back room
to impersonate him.
transportation can arrive. As if on cue, Kevin begins complaining that his eyes are watering. He requests that he take his contact lenses out and get the glasses from a bag in his car. Terry agrees and retrieves the bag, but he checks it before handing it over. Sure enough, in the glasses case is a universal handcuff key.
Oh, wait, what? I still think it's super dumb that all handcuffs use the same key. I think that's so fucking dumb. What an oversight.
She recognizes the phrase and calls one of Kevin's hacker friends, who subsequently retrieves an incriminating computer from an undisclosed location. However, the police are a step ahead. Months earlier,
they recruited a local hacker to infiltrate the local LA hacker circle. He rings the bell and the incriminating computer is intercepted. It takes nearly 9 months for them to decrypt it. Nearly 2 years after his arrest, Polson is accused of 19 counts that include conspiracy, connection with access devices,
they got him,
interception of wire or electronic communications, and money laundering. He faces 100 years in prison and nearly $5 million in fines.
Give him a job.
This is considered one of the first large-scale cases against the newly defined
Lazy
crime
Prime Toad.
of hacking. If successfully charged, they hope to send a clear message to the mid-90s hacking community. Eventually, Polson pleads guilty to several counts of computer fraud.
Why are people arrested for money laundering?
And money laundering. He's ordered to
Are you
pay
serious?
$58K in fines and given a 51-month sentence. Kevin is released on parole. By court order, he's barred from using computers. For the first time, in the 2000s, he flips the switch, gains access.
No, Kevin, fuck! Wait, 2012?
Okay, this is the question. Did I ever consider leaving California altogether and going across the country? I did consider that, but... And
I don't think I'm going to watch CSGO Rage. It doesn't sound very fun.
I wanted to solve the problem, not run away from it.
Oh, I thought he turned into Tony Hawk for a second. He gave up hacking and now he just skateboards.
Hey, so I was just thinking about how everyone in the world has their own conscience, their own lives, everything. Everyone alive is living. So then I thought about how much computer processing power it would
Pretty
take to
impressive!
simulate, everybody's
Not
conscience.
bad.
I'm not saying that our universe is simulated. I don't actually believe in that theory.
Oh, okay.
All I'm saying is that...
Is this Kevin?
Just stop for a moment and think about how much processor power would be required to simulate everybody's conscience. Another thing...
Okay. We don't need to get too deep into the weeds of simulated... Yeah, Tub did post a new video. I'm pretty confident I'm going to know all of these. Let's see. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't want spoilers. All right.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be talking about YouTubers
You in the chat, Tuv?
doing their careers in seconds. There are
Easy to give
a
some
lot,
greens.
and I'd like to make this a series. Probably going to see a part 2 coming in the future, but there are a lot of OG YouTubers that I forgot existed, and I just remember, wow, they did something horrible. But I know I'm like Mr. Long Intro. I'm sorry about that. I'll make this one short.
Oh, you don't need to apologize for that.
It's that new music video coming out October 3rd. Yes, you guys finally don't have to listen to Cherry Soda on repeat anymore. I got you guys with a new music video, Spotify, Apple Music, all of that. Yeah, October 3rd, be there for the live premiere. It'll be on this channel. It's gonna be so fun with the live chat and everything. I'm thinking November the EP will be out, and that EP will have music videos to every single song, and that'll be like a 30-minute video.
That's the way to do it. Music video per song.
You guys up, but let's get started with our list. Vitali ZD TV.
So Vitali, this guy fell on some fucking wild times. Pretty sure it was a crippling drug addiction, and then he snapped one day, jumped out of a moving vehicle, and beat a random woman. I'm going off memory here, but I'm almost positive that's what it was.
Vitaly Zodorovetsky, also known as Vitali ZD-TV, was once
the
Bang
Bros guy, whatever it was.
Concepts at the time, such as Gold Digger pranks, Russian Hitman pranks, In the Hood pranks, and who could forget classics such as How to Get Girls to Kiss You, Getting Girls Panties,
yeah, the classics.
Can I Eat Your Booty? The channel now sits at 10 million subscribers and over 1 billion video views, though his recent uploads don't match that of a 10 million follower channel. So what happened? If we want to understand the fall of a man who was once getting a minimum of 20 million views per video, we have to go to the very beginning, before he was even a prankster on YouTube. Let's go back to when Vitali was 18 in 2010. A Russian friend of his called him up and told him he could make easy money if he just appeared in an adult video. Being broke and living with his mom and abusive stepfather, he took the chance. And that's when this infamous video was filmed. The video was a Bang Bus film where the girl picks up guys and fucks them in the van. Though Vitaly couldn't get hard, so it was an extremely awkward 12-minute video. Yes, I watched all of it. Yes, I was alone. Yes, I had lotion. The next year in 2011, Vitaly would
God, that's an internet classic, by the way. I remember when that story broke. So Vitaly used to be massive. Most of you probably don't remember him now, but he was absolutely massive for a time. And then one day, out of nowhere, someone recognized him in a Bang Bus video, posted it on Reddit, and it flew. That shit was huge news. Yeah, he basically did start the pranking meta. Well, the fake pranking meta, the one where it's like, gold digger prank. But he like paid all the actresses and shit. Yeah, he was the one that started that. Man pioneered that, trailblazed. Why couldn't he get hard? I don't know, nervous? I'm not his penis. I don't know why he couldn't get hard. I have no idea.
Uploading pranks to no avail. It wasn't until June 2nd, 2012 that he'd upload the Miami zombie attack prank, a video where Vitaly pretends to be on bath salts scaring the locals. This, of course, was a reference to the situation that occurred only a week prior, where a man on bath salts bit off a homeless person's face. Kind of a weird thing to base your prank off of, but hey, it was 2012, and I understand it was a different time. The video gained 10 million views in a week and gained Vitaly 70,000 subscribers. This even caught the attention from Daniel Tosh from Tosh.
Oh my God, Tosh.0.
Oh, and not to mention CNN.
So, a guy in Miami, a prankster, decides to go out, dress up as a zombie and covered in blood, and he starts running around chasing people. Look what he does to this guy. Like, you can see the front of his shirt when he turns. He's covered in blood, and he chases this poor guy here and numerous people, and they're rolling on it, right? It's a prank, so he chases people around, scaring the absolute.
He's a 5 gift subs.
He rode the momentum and kept making prank videos and started becoming the face of YouTube pranks, along with FouseyTube, Roman Atwood, Dennis Rohde, and several others. Saying Vitaly got into a lot of controversies is an understatement, but I'll tell you guys the biggest ones. In 2014, Vitaly was arrested for streaking the field during the 2014 World Cup final in Brazil. He had natural born prankster across his chest.
Yeah, Remy Galliard was really kind of the OG. Remy Gallard, I don't remember.
2016, he was arrested for trespassing after climbing the Hollywood sign.
Back to our breaking news. A man believed to be a YouTube prankster has climbed the Hollywood sign.
Tim Lynn monitoring the situation overhead in Sky 5. Tim.
He had a flag, like you said earlier on. It says, "I'm back." I don't know where he was before, but apparently he is back.
The next month, on June 10th, he was again arrested for streaking during Game 4 of the NBA Finals between the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Golden State Warriors. This time with Trump sucks on his chest and LeBron for president on his back.
I don't remember any of these. I only remember his stupid, like, gold digger pranks and shit like that.
In 2017, he streaked at the World Series. He also got banned from attending any sort of sporting event, so he eventually got his girlfriend and his mom to streak for him. I guess they really love him. In January of 2020, Vitaly was arrested and spent 5 days in an Egyptian jail after climbing the pyramids of Giza.
Oh yeah, let's raise money. I did this for a good cause. Spread awareness by these beautiful pyramids in Egypt.
Man, I didn't remember any of this shit about him. What the fuck?
He also starred in his own movie with Roman Atwood and Dennis Rohde, which wasn't that great. It was clear to see Vitaly was becoming addicted to the views. As time went on, YouTube became
electric and sly,
began punishing creators for making edgy content. This was horrible for Vitaly, as it meant he either was out of a job or had to become family friendly. He ended up becoming family friendly and now does toy reviews. Imagine? No, fuck no. He instead made an uncensored subscription service to see his videos uncensored. But by the looks of it, that didn't go anywhere. Vitaly began losing relevancy as YouTube suppressed his content. And in 2020, his name was back in the news, but for something no one expected. In April of 2020, he was arrested.
I won't say no one expected. This man fell so hard. So even before this story broke, it's about to be when he beat the woman. Even before that story broke, there was so many videos, so many clips, and so much shit all about how bad he'd gotten. From drugs to all kinds of, like, different kinds of substance abuse. It was bad. Like, this was not surprising, but the brutality of it caught most people off guard. There's even a video of his arrest. I think it's on Code Blue. Or, not Code Blue. I think it's on Police Activity.
Later charged for aggravated battery by the Miami Beach police. Vitaly tackled a female jogger and struck her multiple times on the head and chest.
Your boy can stay back there.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, here's a clip from it.
No, put your hand on the car.
Just lean on the car, please.
Lean on the car right there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
And he seemingly did this for no reason, but it was later revealed that he was on shrooms.
No, but mushrooms are good. I never had a bad trip until that one time where I flew. So I was COVID mushrooms. I was bored. Last thing I remember is, please help. And I tried to hug her and she pushed me or whatever. I hit her and I realized what I was doing on top of her, and I was like, what the fuck? And I didn't even run back to the house. The article says,
Jesus Christ.
I didn't know what was happening.
He was released from custody after a $7,500 bond. Vitali reunited with his attorney, Roger P. Foley, and released a video on how Roger was able to get him to avoid 15 years in prison. After filing in on the case, the charges were immediately reduced to felony battery, a third-degree felony, and after a few months, the case was reduced to a misdemeanor and eventually dismissed. I feel like if the charges got dropped because you have a really good lawyer, I don't know why you would make a video on it. It kind of seems like a big fuck you to the woman that got attacked. Like, hey,
yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah. I got a good lawyer. It's kind of a weird video to make. Fast forward to 2022, and Vitali seems to be trying to make a comeback to YouTube with classics such as Can I Eat You Out? How Tight Are You? And Epic Farting on Girls prank. Someone needs to tell Vitali we're not in 2015 anymore. He even does the
he's killing it,
guys intro unironically, and it's pretty sad.
What's up, villains? Welcome to another video.
The prank format on YouTube isn't what it used to be. Great examples of new prank channels are Balin Levine, Loaf, Kaisen Nat, Gideon, and the list goes on. But these new era of prank channels have one thing in common. They all have a lovable main character. With Vitali, it's going to be hard for him to gain an audience again, especially after being a woman beater. But I guess we'll see what's next for Vitali.
It should be prison. Tub doesn't go into it, but he beat the shit out of that girl. Man jumped out of a fucking moving vehicle just to beat a random woman who was jogging. Like, he should not be out of jail. The guy's a menace. So I think it's fucked up. His lawyer got him out of 15 years of prison. What bullshit. Yeah, that guy sucks. Thanks to the resub advanced and the bits, Marty. He's probably out of his fucking mind. Yeah, he absolutely was. It's no excuse, but yeah, he absolutely was. Because the man's been abusing substances for the better part of like 6 years now. Yeah, he must have called Saul, because that guy worked some magic. Thanks to resub owner Twitch.
Yo, hold on, guys. Someone's knocking at my door.
Thanks to tier 1 doctor. A tough skit?
You're under arrest. What do you mean I'm under arrest?
Because you don't have the new
Oh.
Earl drop.
A merch skit. Oh, I thought it was like going to be VPN or something.
Earl, the brand you own, the new collection that just
Thanks
dropped.
to Prime Drew.
Back to school collection, and if people use code
Give some
back to
Tavos.
school, they get 20% off anything at the store.
Hey, 20% off
Resub
sounds really
Quazon.
good. Give me that.
Here you go.
Wow, this is really good quality. I'm gonna put it on off camera. Yes, off camera. Yeah, I don't get to see my nipples yet. Oh my god, it's embroidered. Look at that. Y'all
Thanks
still
to
go
the
to college?
resub
Nah, we go
Chunky
to Earl
and
University.
Girus.
Isn't that right, cop that randomly
And
came
Fire
to my
Strike.
room?
Hey, that's very true. My
The
kids
contest.
actually go to Earl University. Anyway, you're extremely cute.
Hey, what can I say? You are too. Get the fuck out of my room.
Okay.
Guys, make sure to use code back to school to get this
How adorable.
amazing Earl hoodie, which I will be wearing for the remainder of the video. EarlDoesn'tExist.com. Let's move on to the next one. Rice Gum. The story of Brian Lee is a really
God,
upsetting one.
Jesus.
I was a big fan of his in 2016. Back in 2016...
How? What was there to be a fan of? In 2016, he was still doing the same dumb shit of, like, diss tracks. And saying, these kids need to be stopped. It was like, damn, this kid is so cringe. This kid is just lame. What the fuck was there to be a fan of? The guy hadn't done anything, like, ever. I will legitimately never understand how Rice Gum rose to popularity on the platform. Always blew my fucking mind.
It was definitely a different era. We had YouTubers such as Leafy, Pyrocynical, Grade A Under A, Drama Alert, H3H3, iDubbbz, Filthy Frank, and yes, some of those YouTubers still upload to this day, such as Pyrocynical. Shout out Pyrocynical. If you know me, that's crazy because I look up to you. But we're talking about Rice Gum in specific. I made a video dissecting Rice Gum's fall off last year, so if you want a more in-depth version
He was
of that.
prime.
You can watch that after this one. Anyway,
Duh.
Ricegum initially blew up off
The
his
Bits
These
Doctor.
Kids Must Be Stopped series, a series where he makes fun of cringeworthy kids on the Musical.ly app.
Alright, man. I don't know if you guys heard it. This fucker just said, I'll be drunk texting you. I did some research. This fool is 13.
The public absolutely loved these videos, and he quickly skyrocketed to 100,000 subscribers. And only 4 months later, he reached the 1 million subscriber mark. He continued roasting other influencers, and the main thing people look forward to in his videos were the diss tracks.
Your fans are little kids under the age of 12. Tell me why your ears make you look like an elf. You think I'm trying to roast you, but I'm just trying to help. Psych, I'm just here to give you this L.
God, yikes.
Now, these diss tracks weren't
that's
good,
even worse
but
than
they
I
were
remember.
extremely entertaining at the time. As
Like
time
Tier
went
1
on, he
Dream,
only grew and was
Prime
becoming
Massey.
a mainstream YouTuber. It was great seeing this 19-year-old achieve his dreams. But on January 14th, 2017, he uploaded a video which many fans to this day claim was the beginning of his demise. Finally Moving Out of My Mom's House is a video where Ricegum kinda just tells the audience he's moving. He did move, but 3 months later he moved again into the Los Angeles Clout House, an influencer house founded by
Oh, the
FaZe
Clout
Banks,
House, I
which
forgot
included
about that.
Alyssa Violet, Summer Rae, Wolfie Raps, FaZe K, and some other forgettable people. And I don't mean that in a mean way, like some people in there were genuinely forgettable. Now, this is where Ricegum's downfall truly began. Not statistically, though. I mean, he peaked in popularity at this house. Bigger videos, better production, more money, more fame, but that all came with a big ego. You see, if there's anything I've learned from doing research of YouTubers' rise and fall, or just celebrities' rise and falls, it's to never get a big ego. That will just make sure your career dies. But I'm going off track now. Then one day, iDubbbz uploaded a content cop on Ricegum, a video where Ian completely rips Ricegum apart for being an arrogant, money-fueled YouTuber.
He is extremely insecure, and he makes it very obvious when he uploads videos like this, where he details how much money he earns in a month on YouTube.
There's like this video that has been going crazy viral, and basically in the video he shows how much money
Thanks for the resub,
YouTube has
Buck.
paid him. Everyone just giving him so
God,
much
this is
props,
such a
everyone loves him.
nostalgic
This dude
trip.
is getting so much street credit. I'm like,
I can't believe it's been fucking 6
Last month I
years.
made a roughly $60,000. I mean, it's okay. It is actually my lowest paid month. Once again, I only got 20 million views.
I'm not sure what odds he's trying to improve. The odds that a female will finally see him as a suitable sex candidate because he has money, or the odds that his child fan base will revere him more as a god.
After this, Brian's videos began receiving a ton of
No,
dislikes. Now this, other people, is Ricegum's downfall. I'll explain
Damn.
later why it wasn't. After this, his content began getting more, lewd. But hey, they got views, right? Then he got into this...
Then he tried to make a family channel when he started falling off. The family channel didn't work. His girlfriends wouldn't stay with him, and he just stopped making videos altogether. That's where the curtain closes on the Ricegum story. He tried streaming GTA RP, but after getting insulted by the chat constantly, he eventually called it quits there too. I already know his whole fucking story, man. This guy's just such a fucking L. He was for a long time my least favorite person on the platform. So I kept up with him, man. I was like a full-blown hate watcher. Thanks for the gift sub, Angel.
mystery
The
box
resub
scanning
lol.
situation where he didn't even apologize. He just pointed fingers and was like, hey, they did it too.
There's this YouTuber named Reaction Time. He actually has more subscribers than me. I don't know how because he's not cooler than me. But anyways, he made the same type of video. The same type of video like 3 months ago. No one said anything. It wasn't a problem.
And then all of his
Look,
scams,
all
but
these guys
kids
right
don't
here,
care
right?
about getting
Derek
scammed.
David Dobrik's crew, whatever. They're influential. Got kid fans. Same thing. Open up boxes. This was 3 weeks ago. Way before I was doing it. Why did no one bring it up 3 weeks ago or even talk about these guys?
It seems like after this, he just started uploading extremely inconsistently. Fast forward to 2021, and he became a full-time Twitch streamer. The last the general public heard from him was when he was beefing with KSI, and then with Aiden Ross, which, by the way, I don't know if that was real or not.
Thanks to Tier 1
considering they
Gaming.
lived in the same fucking house, but quite frankly, I don't care enough to look more into that. Rice.
Yeah, I don't know if Tubbs gonna mention it. He might, but I have to pee really bad, so I want to mention it. He also did a lot of scamming towards like the death throes of his channel. He did like the here's 20 Amazon gift cards to make up for my last scam. And if you used any of the codes, they were already used like 3 years prior. So he just gave like previously used codes. So he scammed on top of a scam. But the scam before that was these like fake loot boxes. Before that was another like fake raffle. So right towards the end of his career, he just started like scamming as much as he could on his way out. Thanks for the 10, damn, thank you for the 10 gift sub size. Oh, Save the Kids, I forgot. Yeah, and Save the Kids. But he was like the most forgettable person in that because by that point he was already completely just out of the public eye. You're right. He was with Save the Kids. I forgot about that. Twitch tweeted about Kai. I saw. I was actually shocked. I think here's my theory. I think Twitch is now in a position where they feel threatened by YouTube now. So now they're doing everything they can to try and do anything the community has said. I mean, whatever. I mean, I think it's a net positive no matter what. But Twitch just rolled out this terrible elevated chat thing out of nowhere, which is a terrible idea. It seems like it was so haphazardly thrown together because everyone was upset about their 70-30 split going away. So like, wait. But look, yeah, you're all going back to 50-50, but here's an elevated chat functionality, which is more money for you guys. And it's fucking dog shit. So it seems like they're doing everything they can, like hustling and scrambling to try and bring out as much as possible, even when it's not fully realized. But I am glad they finally recognized Kai. It took them long enough.
Scum's main channel hasn't seen an upload since 2020, and same with his Family Guy channel. He doesn't really tweet or post on Instagram. The times when he's most seen is on his girlfriend's TikTok. But personally, I truly believe that January 14th, 2017 was the beginning of Scum's downfall. Again, not numbers wise, but
Tier 1 Fear, and the 5 gifts of Maki.
Moving to LA
Thank you,
doesn't mean
Maki.
you're gonna turn into this clout
Appreciate it, Maki.
demon. But if you let the lifestyle consume
Hope you're having a
you,
good
it will
night.
turn you into someone no one wants to support. I really would be interested in seeing Brian return to YouTube with a more humble and charismatic attitude. And I'll give him credit. He made his bag and
Impossible.
left. He even started the entire diss track trend on YouTube. But his image will always be remembered as the arrogant hypebeast who let fame get to his head.
He's also not right there, by the way. Back when I used to like actively shit on Rice Gum, one of his friends actually reached out to me, like an old high school friend, and was just telling me stories about this guy. I can't corroborate any of them, but they were friends. Like, he linked his Facebook. They were friends in high school. He was telling me that Brian was legitimately always a douchebag, but kind of a loner in high school, but still an asshole. So I don't think it was fame that got to him. This guy was legitimately just born a douchebag. Thanks to the resub Jedi 60 and certified in the tier 1 Aragorn.
Carson King, aka Call Me Carson, is a YouTuber who peaked at 2.9 million subscribers, and ever since the incident, his subscriber count has been trickling down. He began his YouTube journey by uploading Minecraft videos to his first 2 channels, which were called GamerCraft157 and Icebox Carson, before eventually moving to the Call Me Carson channel. His channel started taking off in 2017, with videos focusing on Discord trolling, reviewing internet media, and playing video games with his friends. The momentum continued, and the official name of his friend group became Lunch Club. It consisted of Call Me Carson, It's Joko, Jay Schlatt, Slimesicle.
Holy shit. I don't think I've ever seen Schlatt without the facial hair. What? Is this Schlatt? It has to be, right? What? I didn't even know it was possible. I thought this man was literally born with facial hair. God damn. I almost feel like I'm seeing something I'm not supposed to. Taking a peek behind the curtain. God, oof. I wasn't ready for that.
Hugbox, Travis, Connor Eats Pants, and C-Scoop. I hope I pronounced all of those right. I am so used to calling Ted Nevison Ted Nevision, but I get corrected a lot. It seemed like nothing could go wrong for this friend group, and especially the leader, Call Me Carson. But on January 4th, 2021, a video was uploaded to Drama Alert, of all places, with the title, Call Me Carson's Serious Allegations, Lunch Club Interview. In this video, Lunch Club members Hugbox and Travis explained that Carson has been having inappropriate conversations with underage fans. This included the exchangement of lewd images as well. This information was told to them by Carson himself. That same day, a Twitter user whose information I'll be blurring out said this on Twitter. I can personally come out and say that I've been groomed by Carson. I have talked to many people and never came out about this since now. At the time, I was still 17 and in high school. Here's a few things he said to me. Alright guys, I hate reading word for word, especially when they're a little bit inappropriate. Let's get into this. I'm scared and I want to talk to you for the wrong reasons. Elaborate? What if I only want to talk to you for the sexual part of it? I don't want that, but like, I'm worried about it. What if subconsciously I'm only talking to you because it turns me on or something? Is that really what you want? What other options are there? Also, what would you want to happen? I don't know. All I know is every time I jack off now, I have a really hard time not thinking of you. I guess my brain got stimulated and now
reading
it wants
anything
more, you know? Sorry,
like
I
any
was in school,
sexual
but yeah, I get
texts
that.
are always so
What if
fucking
we read on
cringe.
Snap,
Christ.
and next time you're horny, we can have some fun.
Yeah, this whole
I just don't want that
situation
to be
was
the only thing
super
we do, you know? Yeah, but
weird.
fuck, your
Like the
heart's
whole
resist. So are you.
1917
I feel like
stuff.
this is all my fault. damn.
But then like the people closest to Carson said it's more than that, so this whole thing was such a weird mess.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared of getting your hopes up or something. I'm willing to try, but it's such a bad idea. But so is sexting you. Fuck. Carson later revealed in his Discord that the texts were real. Long story short, when I was 19, I sexted a couple of viewers that were 17. Extremely regrettable and incredibly embarrassing. Felt guilty since. Apologized to them both and resolved it privately last year. Then Keem got a hold of it like 2 days ago. At the time, the girl was 17 and Carson was 19 years old. Though a 2-year age gap isn't anything to glance about, I guess people did because, one, this is a famous YouTuber and it's easy to like nitpick anything a famous person does. 2, even though the age of consent in the majority of the United States is 16, talking to people that are under 18 on the internet is like a well-known no-no thing to do, especially if you're famous. And 3, people argued that there was a power dynamic, which honestly is something I do agree with. I mean, think about it. If you're a big YouTuber, your fans already see you as a god. So asking them for pictures might just make them feel like they're forced to because they don't want to let down their favorite YouTuber, right? Anyway, Carson lost followers, friends, and basically everything. He stopped uploading, stopped streaming.
No, the Hurricane missed Tampa for the most
whenever
part.
he did tweet, he would like quickly
There's
delete
Tier 1
it. It
chili.
was like this for 7 months until a video titled Moving Forward was uploaded by him. This specifically was August 25th, 2021. In this
There's Tier
video,
1
he doesn't
Choco
discuss
Nut.
the situation at all. He says he doesn't want to make more drama and instead promotes the fact that he's going to be donating 100% of his earnings to charity.
Hey guys, it's been a while. This isn't going to be your average YouTuber apology video, and I'm not going to make it long and drawn out. I've learned a lot this past year. I'm not seeking forgiveness, nor am I looking to make excuses.
Thanks, Prime
I'm sure
Machine.
some of you are expecting some long drawn out video explaining my truth of the situation, but I have no intentions of doing that. I'd much rather just tell you what I can do in the future. For the next year, I plan to donate 100% of my profits to charity.
And since that day, he's uploaded 7 more videos onto his channel, and his views clearly don't match to those before the situation. So yeah, Carson is back, but with not nearly the same amount of love he once used to have. In fact, he gets hate.
I forgot that
every
he was
single
doing
tweet
that
he
for the
makes.
charity
Yeah,
stuff.
I mean, there are definitely trolls that just don't like him, but I think this is a perfect time to move on.
Does
Alright,
he?
guys, I want to give a quick update to the whole Call Me Carson
Oh, well, actually, you might answer the question I'm about to ask.
situation. As you guys know, there's been a bunch of Twitch drama recently, and Hugbox actually wanted to add on to that. I won't say it like that, but I'll just say he did add on to the drama, though I didn't see
Thank you,
anyone
some
talk about
frog,
this.
seabird,
Just
Nihao,
happened to stumble
and
across
Matt.
it while doing my research. So here's Hugbox's Twitter, and Hugbox actually made a twit longer with the title Game Over. This got almost 5,000 likes. Like, I would say it got some attraction. I have no idea how I did not hear about this at all. But the twit longer is it's a lengthy read. It's a very lengthy read. But I'll just give you guys the important sentences. I'm gonna try to explain the relevant events of the last couple years in the most concise way possible. This was always written off as drama when I try to talk about it, but I only spoke of it because it really bothered me and I cared. It's not easy to be threatened with legal action when you're just trying to tell people what's going down. That's why my tweets were always so cryptic. I'm not a clout chaser. I haven't even made money over the last several years, only alienated my audience since I started talking about this stuff, and at this point want absolutely nothing to do with the internet. We'll start with the Carson thing.
I read this, and this guy tries to make this whole thing about himself. I vaguely heard about this. I will say off rip, him saying I'm not a clout chaser, but calling this game over is kind of contradictory. That just immediately rubs me the wrong way.
Started talking about this stuff, and at this point want absolutely nothing to do with the internet. We'll start with the Carson thing. I found out about what he did in March 2020, and for a moment considered tweeting it right then and there. Unfortunately, I did not have any concrete details initially. In fact, the few details I had were lies. The group had a meeting later that day which our manager, Ryan, told us that he had dealt with this several times before and we can make this go away. And some members of the group insisted that we needed to stick by Carson. At this point, I was checked out completely, but naively was shocked that so many people seemed to value their careers over doing the right thing. Over the next several months, I started asking around as to what others had been told, and found out that every single person was told an entirely different story as to how many girls he was contacting and what their ages were. This pushed me to do something, and I had actually gotten the entire group to agree to recording a video of each of us simply saying what we were told and uploading it directly to the Lunch Club channel. No baseless accusations, no clout chasing, just the truth. At the last moment, many pulled out of the video because, in Schlatt's words, he had too much to lose. Deja vu. It was never supposed to go through Keemstar. I'm gonna skip this paragraph again, you guys can just go to Hugbox's Twitter to read the whole thing because it is a lot. Carson had a whole Discord of content creators that aided him in strategizing damage control in the lead up to the drama alert, because naturally Ryan had gone behind my back, warned him, and tried to prep him. I know this because not all of them suck and they told me what was up. Then the creators in that Discord fled like rats from a sinking ship when it was clear the situation was not salvageable. I called Carson several times in the days leading up to the drama alert because I did not want the venue to discredit the story, and I wanted him to take responsibility for his actions like a fucking adult. To this day, he hasn't even admitted to what he did, and everyone still thinks it was a 2-year age gap. That is not true. So if we go to the responses on the tweet, we get stuff like this. I like how instead of telling us why it was worse than a 2-year age gap, he simply did it.
That's rough.
Elaborate on that.
Sorry to hear that, Lemon.
No, it's a very strange twit longer because, I mean, he's being cryptid like he said, but he said something about legal action, so I don't know. I don't know that. I'm just the messenger. I want to make that clear. I'm just the messenger, and I just felt like I should update you guys since something else came through to the story. It's very odd that Hugbox says that there wasn't a 2-year age gap. It was that was not it. But yet this girl says that she's 17. But I also remembered apparently there were multiple girls. I don't know. It's very weird. What I'm telling you guys is not factual. Again, just the messenger.
Yeah, this shit is so fucking messy. What?
I guess now we're actually going to talk about another YouTuber, you know, because we're continuing the video. Shout out to Five Nights at Freddy's t-shirt. But yeah, let's head on to the next person on the list.
I don't know much about Hugbox. So what was he saying? What was Hugbox saying then? Now I'm just left really fucking confused. Thanks to the bits, Vintage. Yeah, I haven't seen too much from it though, Vintage. Not since we first looked at it, but I am keeping my eye on it. So wasn't a whole lot of new stuff in the twit longer. Okay. All right. Okay.
FaZe K and FaZe Jarvis.
Oh, these are huge. FaZe Jarvis posted a video cheating in Fortnite. He was like, I'm trying out an aimbot in Fortnite for content. Got permabanned. Cried. FaZe K saved the kids. Kicked out of FaZe. Cried.
And began as a Call of Duty sniping team. Members would achieve impressive clips only using sniper rifles and later create montages which would be uploaded onto YouTube. When FaZe Clan started out, they were all just kids in high school enjoying the most played game at the time. By 2012, the YouTube channel had hit 1 million subscribers and it was the thing to know about FaZe Clan if you played Call of Duty. Everyone and their mom wanted to join FaZe Clan at one point. I wanted to join FaZe. 2014 to 2016 is when I would say FaZe truly peaked. This was when the main members of FaZe all moved into a house in New York and called that the FaZe house. Many fans still say this was the best era to be a fan of FaZe. And FaZe hasn't stopped growing at all. They even have esports teams in every major video game. They also recruit athletes, and not to mention that their main focus is still Call of Duty, with members such as Swag.
Is that their main focus?
Call of Duty. Also, I can't
they're much bigger than that now.
The best member, FaZe Jev. Yo, Jev, if you're watching this, I just want to let you know you're a huge inspiration to me, and thank you so much for always being you. Anyway, let's first talk about FaZe K, who joined FaZe in 2013. This was thanks to his sniping skills. He would upload gaming content and occasionally have his younger brother Jarvis join in on videos.
What's going on, guys? This is FaZe K, and I'm doing a Q&A today. I asked some of you guys on Twitter to ask questions to ask my brother, who is here next to me.
Though K never got nearly as many views as his American peers, I'll give him credit for going outside the box and attempting to capture the more IRL side of gamers. And when he would get views, it was for very out of place content like water bottle flip videos. You'd never expect that to be uploaded by
Damn, he did a lot of that.
I mean, they brought in views, so he was doing something right. Around this time is when his younger brother Jarvis began uploading content of his own, but things would change in 2018 around Fortnite's peak. K would begin to make videos revolving around his little brother and Fortnite. The views were immense, and at this point, K was living in a new LA FaZe house, or the Clout house. Either way, it was a fucking influencer house. Eventually, thanks to his skills and very, very saturated thumbnails, Jarvis joined the one and only FaZe Clan in 2019. The momentum only continued. And then Jarvis got banned from playing Fortnite due to using hacks in the game, aimbot to be specific. He wasn't playing competitively, he just downloaded some mods and wanted to make a cool video out of it.
I'm truly so sorry. Epic, I know I have to take accountability for my actions, and you know I'm gonna do my best to accept any punishment or come comes my way, whatever happens.
Epic Games decided to make an example out of him and banned him from
He's
playing
still
the game.
banned, right?
No, this doesn't mean that when he goes to his friend's house and picks up the controller, the FBI just breaks down the fucking door
There's
and
a tier
arrests
1
him. It
spicy.
just meant that if you
There's
made
some
any
Quincy.
new accounts publicly,
Yeah.
they would all just automatically get banned. This also meant
Rough.
Jarvis had to switch content. He basically became
It's just
a
such a
copy and paste
stupid
of his
idea.
rug doing
Like, I don't remember how old he was when he did it. I think he was probably like 18 or something. But what a dumb fucking idea. I'm going to knowingly cheat in this game for a video. Like, I don't know what you would possibly expect to happen from that. It's so... Like, I feel like almost bad because to be so stupid to think it's a good idea, like it's... I don't know. Still, very, very dumb.
Challenges and TikTok life hacks. By the way, these thumbnails are still
Thanks,
very bright. In 2020, he quote-unquote fooled the internet that he was playing Fortnite again. He went live and had someone else play for him. Then his username got leaked and Epic Games banned him on the spot. But when did FaZe K and FaZe Jarvis's careers go to shit? Kids. The Save the Kids crypto scam.
Yeah.
Remember when every YouTuber was hopping onto the crypto coin
Save the
train?
Kids.
Well, this was one of them. This was a coin that claimed it would be used for charity and used the likes of K, Jarvis, Tico, Ricegum, and Nikon in order to get more clout. This was an entire mess, and I'm gonna dumb it down for you guys, but if you guys want full explanation, make sure to go watch CopyZilla's video. It's an amazing, detailed video.
That is a
But yeah, to
great
dumb it
video
down,
on it.
Fans would buy this coin thinking that the value was only gonna go up. You know, they probably thought it was gonna be the next Bitcoin, but instead, the owners of the coin just left with all the money. I believe this is called a pump and dump scam. All the people in that
got
video
rugged.
were part of it except Tico. Tico was genuinely innocent, which is why he's back in FaZe now. But everyone else in that video, yeah, they got a lot of money from the fans that were trying to support this charity. Due to this, K was kicked from FaZe, and Jarvis, Nikon, and Tico were suspended until further notice.
Let's
And
get some
Ricegum-
tacos.
Well, he's Ricegum. He wasn't a part of like any team or anything. He's just himself. So this is where K's career started going downhill. I mean, why wouldn't it? Who wants to support a scammer? Then K came out saying that the mastermind behind all of this was Sam Pepper. Yeah, the dude with Black Ops 3 dark matter for hair. This response wasn't really taken that well, and his views dipped right
Probably
after
really
this.
was Sam
While
Pepper, but you're
editing
also a
this, I
fucking
thought-
idiot for doing anything with Sam Pepper. It's your fault. How Sam Pepper still somehow infiltrates anything blows my fucking mind. He's like the most well-known scammer of all time. Hey, thanks again, Maki. Thanks for 5 gift subs in the tier 1 Climate, and the resub Chaser, and SSB.
Thought I got the wrong channel. I thought I put Jarvis's channel instead of K's. But notice how much K uses his brother in his thumbnails. Like, do you not think you have a photogenic face? I literally thought this was Jarvis's channel. I was like, okay, I gotta re-screenshot it. No, this is K's channel. I did not make a mistake. Again, please
Jesus.
stop the oversaturated thumbnails. Jarvis had a boxing match, which he won, and he was back in FaZe. Then, this video was uploaded. Why I left FaZe Clan, where he explains that he left FaZe Clan because his big brother was kicked.
Weird for me because I don't want to be a part of FaZe if like you're not in FaZe as well.
Oh, that's so
'Cause
wholesome.
Obviously, me and you, we started YouTube since the very beginning.
Trust.
All of this happened because of you and you pushing me to like make videos, start vlogging,
There's a gift sub
you know, start
Beaches
streaming.
and the
It
resub
really
Duluth.
all happened
Gift
because
sub Claire.
you pushed me to do it.
Aw,
Tier 1
so
Swoosh and
sweet.
Tier 1
Except
Carla.
Not really, because this is when Jarvis would begin uploading less frequently and get less views. And no, YouTube Shorts don't count because those views are from randoms, not your fans. I forgot to mention that they have another channel called Jarvis and K.
Oh, nice.
They do upload more frequently, but the views aren't there either. And for some reason, while watching their videos, I feel like they're always finding a way to diss FaZe.
7 months ago, I left FaZe Clan, and after watching these TikToks, I think I made the right decision.
It's like I get the vibe of like biting the hand that fed you. I mean, even the
These are some
fans
Fisto.
dislike the videos, and it's very weird. I don't know. It seems like they have a big ego after leaving FaZe. I truly believe Jarvis could have saved his career by just staying in FaZe. It doesn't matter if you were banned from Fortnite. There's new Call of Duties every year to make content on. I get that family comes first, and that's super respectable that he did that. But read.
What is K doing? I know he showed his channel, but is that really all he's doing? Yep. That's really all he's doing. He legitimately does just use his brother in every single thumbnail. I would have no idea this is K's channel. Legitimately. There is nothing here that tells me this is FaZe K's channel. That's crazy. But man, this content does look fire. Awesome. I asked her to be my girlfriend on camera. Whoa. I exposed Jarvis playing Fortnite? Oh, no. And what is Jarvis doing? Maybe Jarvis only has K in the thumbnail. That'd be huge. No, I guess not. He also hasn't fallen off nearly as hard. Yeah, it's mainly just K. So Jarvis has 2 channels? Well, yeah. Jarvis and K have 2 channels. They have their own, and then they have the FaZe and Jarvis channel. Or the K and Jarvis channel.
Joining FaZe doesn't mean fuck you, bro, to your brother. It just
Makes
means
the
you're looking
bits
out
fist.
for yourself. It's quite literally your livelihood.
That's a
Nowadays,
good question,
they both
Fist.
upload
I don't know.
shorts and Mr. Beast inspired videos, but it doesn't seem their audience is there anymore. Jarvis had a video get over 1 million views recently, but it's because FaZe members are in it. Pretty ironic. I mean, you could have stayed. You could have fucking stayed in the group. But yeah, let's head on to the next one. Kiwis. Kiwis first started getting popularity in
I forgot about this one.
2015 when he was part of the Call of Duty team Red Reserve. This team was seen as a stepping stone to FaZe Clan. During this time, the Red House became a thing, and this included Formula, Random,
Who?
Nyx, Kiwis,
Oh, man.
Game Gandhi. Since
Crazy
we're talking
no one
about Red,
remembers
I gotta
this.
mention Red's best member, Game Gandhi. He was always the best person out of their crew and had the best content, and it just sucks that he got grouped with this
I won't
team.
spoil it. I'll
Anyway,
let Tub
this house had
explain.
a life of its own. Like, the chemistry
It's pretty
was there,
bad, though.
and the Gandhi vlogs were sweet and to the point. They weren't seen as rip-off FaZe anymore. They were just becoming Red. Until one day in 2016, Keemstar uploaded a video where Kiwis attempts to justify why he sent a 12-year-old girl images while he was 17. And that had started a year and a half before the interview, so now the girl was 14 and he was 19. Either way, it's fucking disgusting. And then he proceeds to shoot himself in the foot.
Because
okay, so
it was just weird.
You sent pictures when you were 17 and she was 12. Now, I believe she said that
She said she was 14.
I believe.
And the kick logs will prove it. Like if you guys
Ugh.
get it, like
Okay,
it's there,
but she said she was 14 or whatever. But but
It
she
was a month ago.
Yeah, and a month ago on Snapchat, yes.
Okay, so a month ago you sent her a picture.
Yes.
But the problem with that is you're 19 and she's 14 at the time.
But the thing, like, I was in a really like depressed state. Like she was talking to me. Like she kept on saying how she was saying how she was so attached to me. And I was saying, and she said how she wanted to meet up, and I said that's really weird. I don't want to meet up. Like that's something you can't bank on. Like that's just really weird. I don't want to do that. And she's claimed that she wants to meet up with other people. There's another person in Red that she talks to that she wanted to meet up with specifically, and we can talk more about that in private.
But oddly enough, this wasn't the end of his career. He continued uploading and even uploaded a response video where he flat out victim blames the girl.
I shouldn't have trusted this girl. I shouldn't have. I don't know why I did what I did. She convinced me that I could trust her, and it was a mistake. And that's something I will never make ever again. This girl lied about her age and convinced me to send her pictures of myself. Like, she sent pictures to me too, but
his audience seemed to have liked it and supported it. By this time, everyone knew about the situation, and due to living...
I never saw that. This man's just out here confessing to full-blown crimes without knowing it. Thanks to resub Helicity, Waifu, and Jay. I only knew that first part. So the dude straight up like admits like, hey, I thought she was 14, so I sent her all these nudies. Yeah, that's why I was, being romantically involved with a 14-year-old. I didn't know she was 12. She fucking lied to me. Can you believe that bitch? I didn't know he even made a response video where he just like straight confirms it and then makes it clear that he also received child porn. Yikes.
In the Red House, the address was public. I don't know if they publicized it themselves. I'm sure they wouldn't dox themselves so fans could come over and say hi, but their address was known. Anyway, Kiwis got confronted at his own house by a random person, but it was done horribly. The person called him a... Like, the dude filming could have at least said some factual stuff instead of just saying that he's a...
Red Formula.
Yeah,
the leader
what's up,
of the
guys?
Red Reserve.
What's up, man? How's it going?
What's good, man?
How you doing, man?
What's going on?
You a fan?
Yeah, I'm a fan of the Red Reserve. Is Kiwis around?
Yeah, he is.
Do you think I could talk to him?
Yeah, sure. You wanna come on in for a bit?
Yeah, sure.
What?
Red Kiwis.
Oh, hey, what's
DJ
up?
Tittynack.
Yeah,
in
what's
real
up?
life, the man with the big shorts.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
I wanted to ask you a question.
Okay.
Why did you rip that girl?
Oh, you think you're funny?
Yes.
That is not funny at all, dude. Alright, you gotta leave, dude.
You wanna leave, bud?
You gotta get out of the house.
Why did you do it?
You gotta get out of the house.
Why would they invite this guy in?
Yeah, I know the whole story.
Get out of the fucking
Why
house.
did you do it? Why did you do it? You sent your dick online to a girl that was 14 years old. That was 14 years old. Do you realize that?
Do you not understand that she completely lied about her age?
Get out of the house.
It's proven.
Get out of the fucking house.
That's why I'm here.
The reason why Kiwi's story is so odd is because he never stopped uploading.
Why the fuck? How dumb is that whole house? What? Is everyone in that house just an actual fucking idiot? It's so fake. I don't know, man. It may be. I choose to believe that over them being that fucking stupid. I don't see why it would be fake, though, because then that once again just puts it in the public eye that this dude was sexting a child. Sending and receiving pictures from a child. So why would they try and make a fake video about it? Like, that seems like a terrible idea. Crazy.
He even peaked in 2018, 2 years after that situation. This was, of course, with the help of overly saturated Fortnite thumbnails. Yay! Fast forward to 2021, and skipping over his new team, which failed, Drummer uploaded a documentary about him, and he got dislikes for a little bit, but kept uploading. His views nowadays are nowhere near his peak, and it's just sad, really. Seeing when YouTubers ruin their careers, but don't have anywhere else to go because they make their money on the internet. I mean, they could go work at their local Food for Less, but I think at that point of being a YouTuber, your ego's really high, so you just don't want to do that. And there's a chance you could get recognized, which is always going to be awkward. We're literally watching these people die inside. But yeah. Alright guys, thanks so much for watching the video. I just want to say I don't condone the harassment of any of these people. I don't want my subscribers to be those subscribers that go to these pages and leave hate comments. Don't do that. Let's just watch from the sidelines, chill out. But looking at all these names, the only person I would say really didn't do anything wrong, just made like I guess a bad decision, was Jarvis. I don't think he did anything to get canceled for.
Yeah, his was very stupid. He cheated in a game, and the game happened to be his cash cow. I agree. Out of everyone on this list, Jarvis was like the most like trivial, the most innocent. He cheated in Fortnite because he's a fucking idiot, and he got banned for it, which cost him like his career as a Fortnite creator. But he's still doing fine. Oh, actually, no, he was in Save the Kids. Actually, I forgot. I actually totally forgot he was in Save the Kids. Never mind. It's crazy. Every time I hear Save the Kids, I only think of FaZe K. Yeah, never mind. I totally forgot that he was also part of Save the Kids.
Fortnite, and he chose his brother over FaZe Clan, which I think was the wrong decision. Yeah, I just wanted to make that clear. Leave a like, make sure to subscribe to the channel, and make sure to go to earldoesn'texist.com to get yourself some new Earl clothing and use code BACKTOSCHOOL. I don't even know how much percent off. It's on the screen. Yeah, music video coming out soon. The name of that song is Overdose, and that'll be part of my 9 to 10 track EP. There will be a whole movie on this channel, so I can't wait for you guys to see that. I'm so excited. Sorry for missing an upload. I was recording the music video for that. So follow me on TikTok, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Instagram. All the ads were right there. Specifically TikTok. Like, I hate when I pop up on people's For You page and they're like, "Oh my god, you have it?" Yes, I have all social medias, bro.
He's using Lud and Schlatt's music.
I'm gonna go have sex with your mom, and I'll see you guys next time I upload.
You're right, actually. That wasn't that. Yeah, this is 8 hours old, so I actually think that was Lud and Schlatt's Music Emporium. So is Kiwi's still uploading? Holy fuck.
I got you.
Yeah, that's further evidence. Unless you're like literally thrown in jail. If you just ignore it and keep posting, you'll be alright. Goddamn. He doesn't get nearly the views he used to, but I mean that's still enough to make a living off of. What about Mini Lad? Yeah, his is the same deal. We already talked about that one. He doesn't get the views he used to, but still enough to make a living. Oh, what did Mini Lad do? Oh, that's another huge story. I don't even know where to begin. Christ. That one I'd say just look that one up on your own time and stuff. There's the Prime Kruggy.
They say that nothing on the internet is ever truly gone. One of the most compelling aspects
That's
of
wrong.
this very
All of my
resource
old
that we
anime
use every
music
day
videos are gone.
is the fact that, for the
Can't get
most
them back.
part, any and everything that's ever been posted online can be archived.
Nope, not my
forever. like a never-ending diary.
I've been trying for years to find my old
This allows
videos.
the possibility for an incomprehensible amount of information gathered from the past and present available to us at any given time.
Sorry and Paradox.
Over on Reddit, a lot of strange, disturbing, and even depressing things have played out over the years.
Thank you, Canada
leaving
Matt.
us
Appreciate
with
the 5
tons
gift
of
subs.
stories and events to dig through. Within this vast sea of archives, though, is one that really hit home for me back when it happened, as it, in real time, merged the realms of the internet and reality, ultimately leaving people absolutely baffled at the resolution.
I'll be the judge of that.
Because tonight, we're going to head back in time to 2016 to explore the incredibly bizarre and heartbreaking story of a Redditor by the name of Jason in Hell.
Jason in Hell. That's pretty extreme.
On the late evening of October 28th of 2016, a Redditor named Jason in Hell would make a sudden post to the relationship advice subreddit, seeking counsel regarding a cheating situation that played out between his wife and neighbor. His post is titled, "I'm having a hard time coping with my wife having cheated on me with our neighbor."
Damn, she cheated with a 51-year-old dude?
Immense detail.
He must be
his
slinging
experience
meat.
catching his wife cheating on him over a year prior. At the time, though, little did everyone know that this would be the spearhead of the absolute turmoil that he and his family would soon begin to endure.
Hey, thanks. God damn, Carstark. Thank you. Appreciate the bits.
So, quick side note before we move on. I did a story narration back in my Redditor
Maybe I
Escapes
can't
the
watch
Cult
that
video,
shadow.
and you guys seemed to like it. For this one, we're going to lay things out largely the same way. We'll
Like a
go
Prime
through
Party.
Jason's full story before diving into the aftermath of how things turned out. The original post is about an 8-minute read, so if you'd like to grab a snack or drink before we get into it,
Oh, Jesus,
now would
okay.
be the time.
I was hoping for just the cliff notes, but that's okay. Fuck it, we're already here. I'll let it ride.
I'm having a hard time coping with my wife having cheated on me with her neighbor. It has been 476 days since I confronted her about it. How do I know? Because every time I catch myself thinking about it, I tell myself, it's only been X days. Maybe you won't think about it tomorrow.
That sounds highly unlikely.
So
He's
to go
not an
back to the
anime
beginning,
character.
I had
No one
just
does
taken on
that.
a new project and new responsibilities at work. I was working a lot of hours, 60 plus per week, and was noticeably stressed. It was in May of 2015 that I noticed that she had a password on her phone. When confronted about it, she told me it was just because she was planning my Father's Day present and didn't want me to ruin the surprise. About a week later, she came
Good
to me and
plan.
told me that she felt guilty keeping a big secret from me, and told me that she was having our neighbor, a contractor, build a home office for me as my present. It struck me as odd, as in our 6 years together she's never said she felt guilty about anything and always insists that she never regrets anything in her life. Time goes on, her phone is still
Thanks for
password
resub, Yee
protected,
and the Prime
and
Squish.
things don't feel right. I see her using her phone and smiling to herself more and more often, but when I ask her what she's doing, she says nothing and puts her phone away. So one morning, I wait for her to get in the shower, and I grab her phone before it requires the password. I go through her messages and find that she's texting the neighbor. "I'm all covered in frosting.
What?
You want to lick it off?"
What is this, porn? Like, what are you talking? There's no fucking way this is real. What? Why is everyone saying this is real? Who? So was she actually covered in frosting? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Raided a kid's birthday party and fell and flopped around in the cake? I highly doubt this is real. The guy starts by saying, it's been 476 days since I found this. I know because I've counted every day. Telling myself I'll forget about it tomorrow or whatever. That does not sound real at all. I'll let it ride, but this is very fishy at best.
There were no other messages to the neighbor, but I found out later that was because she had set up her phone to delete messages after a certain amount of time. I felt uncomfortable with it, but I knew she had a perverted sense of humor, and I thought she would never do anything to hurt me. More time goes by, and the neighbor is spending more and more time at our house, but the office is being completed slower and slower. I can't help but worry that something isn't right, so I start checking her location using Google Timeline. It was at this point that
Why
I
is that,
realized that
Dion?
there are large gaps in her GPS history because she was turning off her phone's GPS.
Jesus.
Fast forward to July.
So this guy's
and at
basically a
point,
stalker.
The paranoia is driving me nuts, so I tell her that I need to install a new antivirus on her phone. While she has it unlocked for me, I install an anti-theft software so I can remotely turn the GPS back on and set up AT&T message backup and restore so I can read all of her text messages.
Does a program like that even exist?
Computer.
That sounds like a convenient tool in like a bad CW movie.
My 2 kids, so my wife
for people
drops
that don't
them off
understand
with her
technology.
And that's the day to herself. I watch my wife's activity from work as she spends the day trying to meet up with a neighbor.
That exists?
But is unsuccessful because he's busy with another job site. That night, we get the kids back from my mom's house and we go to dinner with a neighbor, his girlfriend, and his son. My wife and his girlfriend are having a good time, drinking, laughing, and just joking around. His girlfriend mentions that she'd like to see Magic Mike. I say it's a good idea and I'll watch the kids so my wife and her can go. So my wife and her go, and the neighbor and I go back to my house so the kids can play video games together.
Oh shit, he beats his ass.
The kids are back in my son's room playing games, and the neighbor's sitting across from me on the other couch. It's at this point that my wife starts texting him. She's describing sex acts that she would like to perform with him, and he's reciprocating. She tells him to check his Snapchat, and at the same time, I get a Snapchat from her too, and it's her fingering herself in a bathroom stall. They keep
is he
talking,
married
trying
to
figure out when they can meet up
fucking
and have sex.
Susie Squirts a
They decide
lot? Like
Monday
who?
morning after I go to
Who
work.
does that?
So in my head,
What?
I already planned to pretend to leave and circle back to catch them. But then they tell each other they love each other, and it's all I can do not to leap off the couch and knock him out. But I contain myself and continue reading
This
the
seems so
conversation
goddamn
unfolding
fake.
in front of me. Then he tells her, "You're my girl now," to which she replies, "Always have been," ending with him writing, "And always will be."
This is fanfic. This is literally fucking fanfic. Holy shit.
My wife and the neighbor's
I've been
girlfriend
duped.
return from the movie, and I ask them politely to sit down. I then ask the kids to stay in my son's room and shut the door. I return to the living room and confront my
Damn,
wife
Red.
and the neighbor. I say, "So you two love each other,
Really
huh?"
appreciate the huge
And
bits,
my
and I'm
wife
glad
goes
you
into
had fun
full-blown
tonight.
denial mode, and
Thank
the
you,
neighbor's
Red.
girlfriend starts smacking him. I ask my wife if she's been texting him. She says no, so I show her the text messages. She admits to it but says it was the first time that it went that far. I ask my wife if she sent him pictures. She says no, so I show her the picture, and she admits it but says it was the first time. I ask her if she's having sex with him, and she says no. Because I didn't want to catch them
Thanks for
having
your
sex
sub,
together, I
Limp
didn't
Listen
have
and
evidence
Ray.
to prove her
Give sub Ray.
wrong, so that one stayed unresolved. I tell her that I'm leaving her, and she tells me that she'll make sure that I never see my kids again if I do. She planned on using the fact that I had attempted suicide in high school to prove me unfit to have children. She continues to say that it was my fault for being so busy with work and stressed out that she just wanted someone she could talk to. Then she gives me an ultimatum to decide what I'm going to do, or she'll decide for me. The neighbor's girlfriend starts defending the two of them, saying that it couldn't have been that
What?
serious if they weren't having sex, and that my wife and I are too perfect together to let this break us up. The neighbors go home, and my wife and I
Okay,
plan
yeah,
for
that
the
sounds
rest of the
like
night
something
about
normal
what
that
we're gonna
happens.
do. We go to bed separately, having not resolved anything. We keep going back and forth on the subject all weekend, and finally settle on we were going to separate temporarily while we figure out what we want. I was going to stay in the house, and she was going to take the kids and go to her mom's house. That Monday I go to work, and I get a text from her in the middle of a meeting with my bosses, stating that she had explained things to our kids, but they were upset, and I needed to explain things to them also. I get home from work to find my kids crying. She had told them that mommy had to move out because dad was mad at her. When my son wanted to stay with me, she told him that he can't.
Oh, it's getting real dark.
My son put it together that if mommy has to move out because I'm mad at her, and he must move out, then I must have been mad at him too. My daughter was crying because my son was, but I don't think that she was old enough to understand what was happening. It was at this moment I realized that she was going to drag the kids through hell if I left her, so I swallowed my feelings and begged her to stay. She agreed and insisted that I apologize to our neighbor since we were still going to need to hang out with him because our sons are good friends.
Thanks for some water.
I hate it, but I do it anyway. We still hang out with them from time to time, and they come to our various birthday and holiday parties, but I'd do anything for my kids, and I behave civil every time. Things die down for a while. I still think about it constantly. I worry how I can keep from making her so unhappy that she cheats on me again. Then, almost a year after the original incident, around Father's Day again, she sends him pictures again. She claims that it was an accident, and that she meant to send them to me instead. I don't fully believe her, but I move on anyway.
Thanks for the resub, Prater.
Things have been quiet on that front for about 4 months now, but I still think about it constantly.
In this
is going to
video,
sound
Dion?
stupid, but I feel like I have a part of my brain that I can't shut off, that's always thinking. I used to use that to solve programming problems, and it made me very good at my job, but ever since this incident, the only thing it thinks about is her and him, and if I did the right thing. My job performance has suffered, and I
Thanks for the
feel like
resub,
I haven't
OT.
gotten sleep in months. I'm afraid that after this much time, and the fact that I begged her back, that to say that I want a divorce now would only make her more vindictive towards my kids and I. I just feel like I put myself so deep in a hole that I could never get back out. I haven't really talked to anyone about this. I didn't want to talk to my mom about it because I felt like she would treat my wife differently and I didn't need the two fighting.
Alright, now I'm all caught up on the lore.
I tried talking to one friend about it, but his advice was to put my trust in God, but that was not much solace for me as I'm an atheist.
That sounds like a Redditor for sure.
Or how to move on from this.
And then I also spit in my friend's face and said wubba lubba dub dub.
In response to Jason, users chimed in with a mixed bag of emotions. To get the full picture on all the flack that he was getting for this, here are a few examples. I cannot believe you stayed with her. I cannot believe you begged
I don't
her
really
to stay.
care about the
I cannot
Redditor
believe you
response, I just
apologized
want to
to your
know
neighbor.
where this story goes, to be honest.
Smack the shit out of that old man. Go to an attorney and talk about ways to get custody of your kids. Your wife's a twat. Staying in a marriage for the sake of the kids never works out. She obviously was sleeping with him and then got you to apologize to him. She denied it all. She will put you through the ringer when you divorce her, but you should do it. Chances are, now she has a second phone and an email address to talk to him.
A detective,
Your wife
good,
is vicious
finally.
and toxic, and you have to decide if you divorce her now or when your kids have moved out. The sooner the better. So this all would be a lot for anyone to handle. Taking some of the serious, grounded advice that a few people had thrown in there was pivotal for him to begin moving on from this. And so we did. 4 nights later, on November 1st, Jason would return to the relationship advice subreddit and make a follow-up post.
Okay, where we at, Jason?
I'm taking your advice. He explains his next move. Instead of trying to fix something that she doesn't want to fix, I'm going to get myself and my kids out. I meet with an attorney next week. Thank you everyone for helping me see how far I had my head up my ass. In
Very nice, very nice.
Reddit wished him luck in his endeavors, reinforcing the idea that he's making the right move. But then something strange would happen.
Uh-oh, aliens? What happened?
Going through the comments a bit
Galactic
deeper
fight?
reveals something a little odd. Like we said, yes, people were commending him on his decision, but about a week later, people began jumping back into the post, linking a news article that seemed to align with this situation with striking accuracy.
Good evening, I'm Jeff Smith. Thanks for joining us. 2 Montgomery County children are dead tonight. Their mother, 30-year-old Brandy Worley, says she is responsible for their deaths. News 18's Krista Henry joins us now live from the the Montgomery County
There's the
courthouse
resub Logan
tonight
ad,
with more on
and the
this
tier 1
developing
Rico,
story.
and
Krista?
resub Spike Caps.
Well,
and
Jeff,
the big raid
this
tech
morning
ton.
when I asked Sheriff Mark
Thank you,
Castile
goddamn.
if
The door of
Worley
fate
showed any
shall
kind of
open.
remorse, he answered with no,
I've
and then
been
went on to
waiting
say,
for
quote,
you,
she, in
friends.
fact, acted very matter of fact.
Hold on. Thank you for the huge raid, Tectone. And thanks to the resub Rogan Gamer. Yeah, I still don't really believe this story is real. This seems like classic Reddit when they thought they caught the Boston bomber type thing, connecting these dots. Clearly I'm not done yet, so I don't know for sure. But yeah, just to catch you up to speed. Dude's wife was slamming meat of a 51-year-old neighbor, and dude went to Reddit for advice, as any sane man would do, I guess. And now Redditors in the follow-up are saying that his wife killed the kids. So that's where we're at. Thanks to Prime Shift. Reasons why I think it's fake. This guy counted every day for 476 days that his wife was cheating. And apparently his wife fingers herself in movie theater stalls and sends it to him or sends it to the neighbor on Snapchat and him. So I don't know, it seems weird. Seems fishy.
According to ABC6 Indianapolis, on November 17th of that year, a Montgomery County mother was charged with 2 counts of murder after police say she admitted to killing her 2 young children. According to the probable cause affidavit, Brandy Worley told police that her husband was divorcing her, and I did not want him taking them, so I stabbed them. The children's father, Jason Worley, was sleeping in the basement at the time of the crime.
Jesus, why the basement?
According to court documents, Jason had filed for divorce on Wednesday, citing an irretrievable breakdown in the marriage as the reason for the divorce. Now, this definitely carries tons of parallels to the original story. Here, we have a woman named Brandy Worley who, in cold blood, murdered her children, citing the fact that she didn't want Jason taking them as her motive. On the other hand, on Reddit, we have this story by this Jason in Hell guy, who has the same first name, might I add, about his unnamed wife being unfaithful and how he just filed for divorce. And lastly, in his original story, he relayed the fact that his wife claimed that he'll never see the kids again if the two split.
These recent Papa Blacks.
Back when this was unfolding, people were speculating that this might be the same guy. Tons of signs were pointing to this, but most were simply trying to maintain that tiny sliver of skepticism. That was until November 21st, when Jason would return to do one last follow-up, essentially confirming everyone's preconceptions. Thank you. I would like to give a heartfelt and sincere thank you for the advice and support I've received here. No one could have foreseen the tragedy that resulted from me filing for divorce. You guys perform a wonderful service to those in need, and I hope you continue to do so in the future. Below this, he attached a link to the same news article outlining the situation. And it was at this moment that everyone realized just how real this entire thing actually was.
Yeah.
Anyway, Brandy was the one that stoically reported this to the authorities.
That sounds like a totally reasonable post for a father going through grief saying thank you and linking the death of his children so casually.
Montgomery County 911, where's your emergency?
203 South Madison Street.
In what town?
Darlington.
Hey, what's going on there?
I just stabbed myself and I killed my 2 children.
You stabbed yourself and killed your 2 children?
Thanks a good sub, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what's your name?
Brandy Worley.
Brandy what?
Worley.
Okay. How do you spell your last name?
W-O-R-L-E-Y.
And where are the children at?
And my daughter's...
No. All of this is real. I'm saying the Reddit post being this couple is what I'm questioning. I'm not done yet, so maybe I'll be convinced here in 4 minutes.
My husband wanted a divorce and wanted to take my kid. I won't let him have my kid.
Okay, and how old are your children?
7 and 3.
10 and 3?
7.
7 and 3?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And where did you stab yourself at?
In the neck.
Okay. Are you bleeding?
Yeah, there's blood everywhere.
Who's the bitch
Where are
lavender?
you at?
In my living room.
You're in your living room?
Mm-hmm.
According to court documents, the 2 children, Tyler and Charlie Worley, were stabbed, resulting in deep lacerations on both of their necks. Brandy had stabbed herself in the same place as well, but this surprisingly didn't end up killing her. Shortly after this, Brandy was treated at the hospital for her stab wound, and about a week later was admitted to jail, where she sat for 476 days up until her final sentencing. In 2018, she was convicted of 2 counts of murder, totaling at 120 years in prison. According to Fox 59, Brandy was expected to claim the insanity defense, but ended up settling for a guilty plea. She appeared to be just as unremorseful as she did in the 911 call. She spoke in a very matter-of-fact manner when describing her crime. It was heart-wrenching to hear her speak as she did. All I want, and have ever wanted, was to have her out of sight and mind so I could move forward from this horror. To this day, Brandy Worley sits in the Rockville Correctional Facility in Park County, Indiana, serving out her time in prison for the remainder of her life. As for Jason, he's made a return to Reddit under the nickname Jason in Code, giving everyone a much requested update on how he's coping. Here, he claims that it's been incredibly far from easy, and at times he's considered taking his own life due to the anguish caused by the passing of his beloved children. Regarding the sentencing, he believes that Brandy shouldn't have gotten the death sentence because that's what she would have wanted, and after 9 years of giving her exactly that, he wanted to avoid it in any way he could. Overall, though, Jason mostly claims that he's doing better and becomes more so with each passing day. If I can impart you on something that I have learned through all of this, it's that you should always take the time to be with the ones you love. It doesn't matter if they're asking you to read The Pokey Little Puppy for the millionth time or asking you to play Smash Bros, even though you know that they'll wipe the floor with you every time. Just do it because you never know what time will be the last time. Always make sure they know how much you love them. I had the fortune that the last thing my children ever heard me say was, "I love you. Good night. I'll see you in the morning."
Yeah, maybe it is real. Or that Jason in hell, whoever made it,
Thanks so much
capitalized off
I'll see you in the next one.
story.
I love you all.
For internet points. Kind of like those people who make Twitter accounts during a tragedy to try and get points and GoFundMes. But I find that unlikely. Damn, what a wild ride. Still, this really strikes me as super odd. Assuming this is all real, why would he make this post as a follow-up? This does not seem like someone who, literally days after the murder of his kids, would be so cavalier to post this. Seems very odd to me. But, who knows, I guess. Thanks to resub Selden and the Prime Aiden and Turtle. The resub Giblet. Cavalier being the wrong word. Yeah, it could be fake, probably real though. Reddit karma is like the least, like on the food chain of social points, it's literally the lowest. Nobody is Reddit famous. I guarantee maybe 5 people can tell me who has the most karma on all of Reddit because no one gives a fuck. So I don't think someone would farm karma like that. You can be Twitter famous, Facebook famous and all that shit, but Reddit, I've never heard of someone Reddit famous or anything like that. You command 0 power and 0 presence by having a ton of karma on Reddit. Seen that one actually, Wicked. And thanks to the resub Super. So it's probably real then. Fucking wild story. Deep fucking Value isn't famous for Reddit. He's famous for that entire GME movement, which started on Reddit, I suppose, so you could argue it, but it's not like he was just a Reddit commenter. Like, he wasn't a Reddit karma farmer. He was a Redditor who did something fucking crazy, which caught on and blew up. I guess, Bind. I'm just assuming it's real. It seems very, very wild if that was all an elaborate fake from that Reddit account. In a dead MMO? Is it this one? This one's 34 minutes. Wait, this one's kind of like a fucking fat one. And it's already 1:30. We can let it ride. Fuck it. Thanks to the resub Mamalona, maybe Soul Eater, and thanks to the Prime Lux.
Welcome to Worlds Online, the internet's first 3D virtual world platform.
Woohoo! 3D, that's crazy. We can fucking smell and go wild in here.
Virtual space. Online users can shop, watch movies, listen to music, play games, and collaborate with each other. Today's web user is looking for an intimate connection with friends, with celebrities, and with trending brands that reflect their values and lifestyle in both the real world and the virtual. By investing in Worlds, you are investing in the future. Worlds.com.
All good, Raidus. Just ask him about it.
Together.
Throughout the mid-2010s, an urban legend would surface about a mysterious MMO by the name of Worlds.com.
Thanks for resub, Chippewa, and the tier 1
Having
cuddles.
been launched to the public in the mid-1990s, the game was believed by many to be dead, discontinued, and lost to the inevitable void of internet history.
Where?
Unbeknownst to most,
How do
this
people even
couldn't have
find
been further
that?
from the truth, as Worlds.com was very much still running. But there was a catch. Venturing into the game today presents you with
This looks cool.
of nothingness, a relic that
What
was
the
once
fuck?
bustling with life, and
You
a
get to play as a
deserted
duck or a
that's
penguin?
clinging to life supports. The game, expectedly, is completely empty.
Thanks for the 5 gift subs, 28 down. Appreciate it.
You see, rumor had it that Worlds.com was hiding something, a shrouded purpose that's been kept from the public. Rumors involving in-game cults, doxing, graphic imagery, and virtual stalking have led curious minds to hesitantly venture into Worlds themselves in hopes of finding out if these allegations were true.
What the fuck? That's nuts. Alright.
This is the story of Worlds.com.
Alright, I'm super invested in this now. Is it a cool cult? Did they do cool things like give out candy on holidays and stuff? Or one of those bad ones like the Manson shit?
An aside. The 1990s were a magical time in the world of entertainment and the advancement of society. Being what I can only describe as the calm before the imminent mid-2000s technological storm, we were living in an era that brought us some unforgettable treasures in the realms of video gaming, movies,
Yeah,
and television.
blockbuster, classic, fuck
In the
yeah.
gaming world, for instance, new and unforgettable IPs such as Mario Kart,
Yeah, agreed, Soul Eater.
Banjo-Kazooie, Fallout, Resident Evil, and Silent Hill were born. And with these came game consoles that have stood the test of time and bringing us unforgettable experiences such as the Super Nintendo, PlayStation 1, and the Dreamcast.
God, the Dreamcast was so good, the most underrated console in history, Power Stone. We need a third Power Stone, please. So good. Sugoi. Fuck, it was so good.
That predated the modern interconnected society that we live in today. A lot of nostalgia is carried inside of many, as the mid-1990s are remembered as a time when the internet was just barely getting its footing into mainstream culture.
Next to
Personal
Prime
computers
Ireland.
during this era were nothing but an expensive novelty, at least for my family, and the ones that did have one used them primarily for work. In August of 1995, Microsoft would release a revolutionary competitor to the Netscape Navigator, the pre-existing OG of internet browsing, called the Internet Explorer.
Yeah.
If you were lucky enough to get your hands on a PC in this era, then, combined with the tools at your disposal in Windows 95, you were able to venture into the vast, wild west of an enigma known as the World Wide Web.
God, the internet back then was so wild and
In today's
wacky.
culture, things have changed.
I'll never forget when I was
Social media,
horny and typed in
discussion
like
boards, and
boobies
websites
and
in
went to a
general
site that
have
had a
all
demon on it.
sterilized,
Haunted.
being pushed to the brink of minimalism and moderation. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, but a lot of the magic and charm that existed in the wacky and terribly designed UIs of the past are largely gone, replaced by logos containing simple shapes, any shred of creative color being replaced by whites, Microsoft, and all-encompassing oversimplification of pretty much everything. As you've heard in my incessant rambling so far, the era was magical, and a lot of newfound creative mediums were on the rise. While video gaming via a conventional console was the primary method of escaping into a mystic world, the rise of the internet paved the path for a new form of interactive storytelling and interconnected social
Gaming.
And those were a little something
For
we now know
gamers.
as MMOs.
Oh.
Or massive
Kinda.
multiplayer online video games.
I'm really sorry to hear that, bro. Wishing you the best moving forward. It's awful.
Of the many websites that were available to early adopters of the internet, one would be launched in April of 1995.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see
with the
that,
name of
dog.
Worlds.com.
My bad, man.
The website was created by a
Thank
company
you.
simply named Worlds Inc. and housed a public 3D chat room that players could enter and explore to their heart's content. According to the website, The minimum configuration is a 90 MHz or faster processor with 32 megabytes of memory. The recommended platform is a Pentium class processor.
Okay, real quick, is it just me, or on his voice, is there like a really low voice layered into it? Is it just my headphones, or am I hearing like a fucking MMO demon in there? Yeah? Okay, cool. So it's not just me. I didn't know if my headphones were dying, or if Satan was communicating through Lil Nas's music and infiltrating or something like that. Fucking weirding me out. No one else mentioned it in the chat.
133 MHz or faster with 48 megabytes of memory. Windows 95, 98, 2000, or NT. A whopping 80 megabytes of
Thanks to some Red
hard drive
Rider
space
and Marksman.
and an active internet connection. The game was a big success, mostly attributed to the novelty of virtual online chat rooms at the time, and garnered the attention of various big names, including David Bowie, Steven Spielberg, and a digital artist by the name of Tamiko Thiel. The latter two actually teamed up at one point and created an in-game environment called the Starbright World, which was aimed at giving seriously ill children an outlet to interact. The gameplay is mostly what you'd expect from something out of the mid-1990s. At the outset of registering your profile, players are given the opportunity to choose between various avatars to represent themselves in-game. Among them are a human, a penguin, a monster, a kangaroo, and a clown.
Good selections.
Advertising
Not
on
bad.
websites are various realms.
Oh,
that
and
are
you can be on the
available for you to
Yankees?
Explore at your leisure. Among the hundreds that you're able to choose from, a few notable ones include worlds themed around David Bowie, the New York Yankees, the band Hanson, the Sky, an Animal House, and a Fun House.
Thanks to resub.
Venturing out into worlds for the first time,
Spionix?
you're thrown into a central hub with other players from around the world. The various themed environments that we mentioned prior are accessible through tunnels and doors that are next to their labels, and entering these immediately loads whichever one you so choose.
Pretty innovative for its
Like
time, to
any
be
3D
fair.
PC game is achieved using your keyboard and mouse, and also available to you is a chat box,
Thanks to
allowing
Prime
you to communicate to
Again,
others
Grinna.
in real time. Now this seems like nothing out of the ordinary. Along with the primitive graphics, the game is pretty substandard today. At the time though, this was absolutely groundbreaking, and PC owners flooded this thing, giving it a burst of life that would deem Worlds.com a massive success.
Fuck yeah.
As with anything that's been crafted in the digital age though, the user base began to decline over the years. With the
Kinda
advent
seen
of
it.
various
More like Second
competitors,
Life.
The mid-2000s brought with it the inevitable desertion of the Worlds.com user base as players moved on to bigger and better ventures. Second Life, RuneScape, Toontown, VMK, MyCoke,
Habbo
and
Hotel. Yeah, I knew it was
were becoming
coming.
viable alternatives that not only looked better, but gave players more to do with their own distinct charm. You may have noticed that most of the names
Soon,
that did start
Rotok.
off are now defunct. The Toontown, VMK, and MyCoke live support plugs were pulled as their developers encountered an existential problem that was prevalent from the start. They couldn't find a way to monetize them. Combined with this, the fact that these games were all run with the help of moderation teams and ongoing servers, it became evident that as long as these virtual worlds were online, whoever it was that was running them was losing money. At this point, you'd expect Worlds Inc. to pull the plug. With a dwindling user base and aging game mechanics, it seemed like this was the only sensible way to go.
Oh, giant spider, watch out, holy shit!
Or release something new and optimized for the next generation of online gaming. But they didn't.
Damn, this place is popping off
As
in
a
there.
matter of fact, Worlds.com is still downloadable and accessible to this day, and stands as an uncanny and deserted relic of the past.
This is cool.
Rumor has it that the game's creator,
I wanna play.
Tom Kidron, is simply fronting the server costs himself and running it out of his own home.
Good man.
That begs the question.
Thanks.
Why on earth would an individual be fronting the costs to keep a dead video game alive? What part of this?
He's got a
abandoned
virtual
landscape
girlfriend with
is
big
so
titties.
pivotal that it's still in existence over 20 years later?
This looks so cool, look at this.
In the short span of time that I've been here, it suddenly dawned on me that I'm visibly the new guy. Everyone here seems to know it.
Uh-oh.
I'm not a regular.
They think he's a cop. They think he's the feds.
Down the rabbit hole.
Run! Get out of there! Engage, no clip. Thanks to Resub Broden and Kenway. Yeah, someone is still running the servers, he just said that.
Rumors began to spread about the game thanks to certain anons from 4chan's VNX boards. Allegedly, there existed potentially illegal and cult-like behavior from the game's handful of players during that time period. As you'd expect, upon catching wind of this, the rest of 4chan did what they do and went in to investigate. Before we continue, I wanted to make something explicitly clear. In my hunting, it dawned on me that these allegations surfaced at a point in time that predated the year 2012. I say this because the oldest records that I've been able to dig up are from that year. Unfortunately, most of the archives, images, and audio files that we're going to get into have been lost to time.
What?
However, there are some that allow us to piece together a cohesive storyline as to what actually went on in Worlds.com. So let's talk about the game itself. A major element at the game's core was the ability for users to create and host their own customized universes.
Wait, I'm confused. What does he say? So everything here, 2012? What?
Much like Minecraft, if someone chose to do so, they could create their own server, build what they want, and invite certain players through a downloadable file that's accessible through Shaper. Many of these became archived on various websites, and even today, there are download links out there to access certain
Everything
custom
dated
worlds.
before 2012 are lost.
Effectively,
Okay.
the possibilities were endless, and harnessing
Thanks,
the
Resub Omni.
creative freedom that they were given, players were able to create some admittedly impressive worlds. Now that it's died down, though, things have become a bit darker. A bit more controversial.
I'm not sure about Second Life having a cult.
While there are groups of people that are or might be strange in their own right, there are two that have starkly stood out to me as the most mysterious. Two users, a Jimbly and a Nexialist. Interestingly, both have crossed paths in the game. However, their stories couldn't be further apart. Contrary to Nexialist, the stories surrounding Jimbly seemed a bit more grounded in reality. But we'll get to it.
So what are this? Are those like the two raid bosses or something in here? The two different big groups?
First, I'd like to introduce you to Nexialist. According to an early 2012 blog by the name of ForgottenWorlds.com, the profile piece on him states the following. Nexialist is a regular at Worlds.com that has been trying to pull in the VNX boards to play this game. Nexialist is a successful user that's been able to get a cult following in the game, which is hard to do. He constantly reaches out to dedicated players to join him, as he seems to be called the Key Bearer.
Key Bearer.
Around the game without
Okay.
chatting. This isn't even close to covering entirely who this guy is rumored to be, so allow me to pick up where they left off. According to 4chan and various message boards, Nexialist is abstruse, a shred of indecipherable mystery that's lurked Worlds.com for what some believe to be as long as the early 2000s. Encountering him,
This is wacky.
and it's been rumored that you don't actually find him, he finds you. Upon discovering you, he'll approach you without words, standing as what appears to be a lifeless corpse as you begin to quietly panic at his disturbing avatar. After the initial shock dies down, you're told to follow him, and as a result, you embark on a journey through hellish customized corridors that bear satanic symbolism and graphic imagery.
Who is this guy? Can we get an update on the guy playing Professor Utonium? Where does he fit into this grand scheme?
After your tour, Nexialist will begin sending you disturbing audio files that I wasn't able to find archives for. But if we go by descriptions from 4chaners, it's safe to assume that these sound like the distorted deaths of dying animals. Once you're scared to your wits' end and you leave the game, he already knows that you're going to go to 4chan to talk about it, because that's what he wants you to do. Spread the word, get people talking, and the next sucker that grows a sliver of curiosity and decides to check it out is his next victim. Unfortunately, this all reads like an urban legend. People have been able to capture screenshots and video of Nexialist over the years, but not much, aside from very few outliers, have been found that outlines what I'm describing. Because of that, I'd like to put a pin in this arcane figure and circle back on him later. Because
this is the game Vinesauce played, Vinny?
I'd like to bring you into.
Is it? Someone I saw on one of those threads. And he didn't encounter Nexialist?
The Hidden Worlds website that I mentioned earlier serves as a diary of the experiences that a man named George Costanza had witnessed when he first played Worlds. According to his blog, he found a bizarre network that this Jimbly guy seems to be running, and the entries on his website outline a considerable amount of information that I'd like to dive into and unpack. The very first post on the website was made on January 5th, 2012. It reads as follows. Well, I started playing this game called Worlds.com. Seemed innocent, but according to V, it has some fucked up things from the past. Everything's forgotten here, and in a group we explored the game. In the coming days we'll share our stories and pictures here. Further on that day, another post was made outlining Jimbly's supposed network and its inner workings. The game started as
interesting, Soul Eater.
We had gags while we explored the worlds, skeletons popping out, and finding Pegasus. Things a person could expect from playing Roblox or other games where your creations are welcome. But things turned bizarre. Our friend Grad, as we called him, was showing us these rooms that I mentioned, and eventually we ended up in a lobby filled with brown doors with text on them. These doors had the creator's name and a description of the level or world. This guy, Bilbo99, had messed up levels with Easter eggs everywhere, and we praised him for his creepiness. And then I noticed at the right corner of my window said erotic and
Hey, Jimbly!
This map was Jimbly's creation.
Fuck yeah, look at him. He's having fun.
Starbucks. However, things would take a turn. You see, there was a person that contacted me named Megalik. Her or his avatar was a bird or an angel. She claimed that she was new in the world, as I was, but she'd been playing this game for a week and already gotten dirty and knew what this shit was really about. To act new is a common trick to bait new players. Anyway, Jimbly had a network that was serious. How serious? To enter his network,
whoa!
You provide mugshots. For example, here's Bilbo99. There were a total
of 3
rooms filled with different mugshots of users, but room 2 was dedicated to Jimbly.
Hold on, let me go to the bathroom real quick. Give me 2 seconds, sorry to blue ball you. Alright, I'm fucking back. Ended up taking a shit. Jump scared myself with my own fart. Pretty wild series of events. Let's go.
So we scavenged for Megalik and found this.
Well, I can't do that right now, Redis. You're gonna have to ask a mod.
One thing I found that was standing out was a user named Kelikar. She was in the porn gallery, and I compiled this. It seems like someone has stalked her, and the rooms were labeled Kelicat. This user must have been a fat cat in the network. As you can see, Kelikat's written there, so what Jimbly does now is retrieving nude pictures of regulars that are still left. Megalik was the proof that we needed, since she'd only been playing for a week tops.
Wow, Jesus, Jimbly.
Below this, George displays the various screen caps that he was able to take of the various mugshots of different users. Of the bunch, he was even able to grab a few of Jimbly himself. Intrigued by this atypical finding, he decided that him and his group of friends wanted to investigate a bit on their new friend.
I don't think I've seen that, Kumgar.
As it turns out, there was a bit more going on with them than they initially thought. And yet another post from the same day, titled, Megalik, a man or a woman, he describes the following. Megalik's nudes that could be found in the other post seemed too good to be true. Her head was cropped out and with the body of a young woman, while her mugshot shows an older woman in her 40s, and that picture's really old. What does that leave us with? She could have faked them because she doesn't want.
So how is this a cult? I'm a little confused.
A man playing as a female.
Seems like a Reddit mod. using his power to
We
get
discovered her
pictures.
real email, although it's linked to a man by the name of John. John's in his 50s, seems to enjoy MMOs.
Thanks to Tier 1 Biscuit Boy.
Any interest of games, and has her only Facebook activity labeled as kids. So yes, Miguelik might be or is the man posing as a fragile woman while baiting for pictures. Those pictures up there, except for his profile picture, is a year old. The pictures are from 2009, and then he used a picture of his wife to verify himself, and thought how cool it would be to send a fake picture of a pair of tits to make him look like a god in the game.
Okay. Classic John, I guess.
Network encompasses some extremely odd people. People that are impersonating others and using real-world mugshots to gain access to whatever it is that he's running. One might go as far to say that Nexialist isn't the cult leader here, but rather, it's Jimbly, as most of the rumors about the former seem to relate to what we found with the latter. In a third post I'd like to focus on, titled Jimbly's Inner Circle.
Oh, sweet. Well, thank you,
George
Spooky.
proceeds to explain the following. The last post was about this weird map, about a man going by the name Jimbly that was trying to get naked pictures from regulars, or old players that were still active. So we stalked him. He hung out at a beach, but once we arrived, they'd all scatter and disappear. Thankfully, though, the friend tool and a broken avatar tool could let us teleport to them while
wow, good shit.
But that was for later. Meanwhile, we scavenged the net for Jimbly. We found his website, jimblyworlds.com.
Whoa, Jimbly.
jimblyworlds.com/pics, only to show a black screen with red typed text that said darkness.
Pretty cool website.
George reveals publicly accessible information about Jimbly, including an email address, before closing his post with the revelation that also, Jimbly's into traps. This can be found in his porn gallery. With this in the back of our mind, you know I couldn't just let this go. I had to get in. I had to find out if this was real.
There's no way it'd still be up.
Jimbly and began my hunt.
What would it be, 7 years later?
Jeremy Erickson. I start a message and write the following. Good evening, Jimbly. I've recently started playing Worlds and was interested in joining your in-game network to congregate with yourself and other players. Upon consulting with a few anons from X, I was told to reach out. I've downloaded a few worlds from your websites and am currently trying to get them working. Just let me know what I need to do when I'm in. Thanks, Jeremy.
This really doesn't seem like a cult though, it's just a weird community.
So
maybe it
it's
gets
been a few
culty
days.
now.
After a trek through worlds, a lack of a response, and dwindling time to wait, it's beginning to seem like Jimbly either isn't currently active or simply doesn't play this anymore. Though I have a hard time believing that, considering the fact that the Whois domain search on his website reveals that it was updated on November 5th of 2019. I'm not entirely sure if Jimbly's the kind of guy that would have a sudden change of heart, but if you ask me, it is a bit recent. Anyway, with that under our belt, unfortunately, heading back to the blog reveals that most of the other threads outline mundane discoveries while exploring various official and user-crafted worlds. A few notable highlights include some of Jimbly's bizarre creations.
Hey, that's Banger Sisters, I think?
Remotely relevant to our investigation.
Saw that movie a long time ago.
Even so, the discoveries surrounding Gem are nothing short of unnerving. So what's actually going on here?
He's the Prime Purple Elite. So far, I haven't really seen anything too wild here. I was expecting something fucking crazy.
The primary consensus
In fact,
surrounding
I
Worlds,
don't even know what
primarily
we've
due to
learned other
Nexialist,
than
was that it's a front.
these people
for some
play an
sort
old
of
game and are
satanic
kind of
cult.
weird.
Rumors are powerful things. I won't deny that, but there are a few points here that I'd like to unpack. Contrary to Nexialist, Jimbly surprisingly hasn't generated much buzz online. This bizarre, cult-like network that he seems to have created
How is it cult-like, though?
effectively cements him as somewhat of a wild card in my theorization. What this guy is doing is weird, From the mugshots to the vast database of supposed network members to his secret repository of graphic imagery, it seems like he is the one actually running the rumored cult. While it doesn't deal with Satanism and death like the urban legends claimed, this guy is, whether he knows it or not, effectively catalyzing a situation in which people run the risk of being doxxed. It took George not even one full day to piece together the real identity of the wife and man behind the McGalick mugshots, and it's unclear how many other selfies that he has stashed away in the world that he's, according to the blog, been building since 2005. To be frank, aside from the lack of a response, I wasn't able to find much else surrounding this guy, and it's safe to assume that there are others like him.
I'm not sure, Rotok.
Aside from a few key players, is surely something that would catch the eye of somebody trying to run some sort of network under the radar. With that being said, I encourage you to make your own conclusions about him. With the evidence at hand, it does appear that at one point in time, there was something going on behind the scenes. Whether or not it still is, or if the mysterious Jimbly is still active, remains to be seen. While I haven't been able to track him down, maybe you can, but keep in mind that if you're so curious as to venture in on your own, your potential discoveries may be nefarious. But remember, we're talking about Jimbly's custom worlds.
Thanks to Tier 1
Stay in the
Ludoplex.
official game,
The gift
and
sub
it's safe
Purple
to
Elite.
assume that you'll be alright. But that brings us to another point of discussion. Deadliest. You might recall that I mentioned the fact that users are able to create their own worlds. This was actually a pivotal mechanic in the game and gave players an extra layer of interactivity. In a sense, I could see the developers feeling as if they're future-proofing their game.
Did not do Vid
as it allows
Chronicles.
creative freedom that was unheard of before the point of its release. With this in mind, we have to remember that most of his so-called cult activity was happening in these aforementioned user worlds. Regardless of his eerie demeanor, Deadliest was eager to give a tour of many of these. As it turns out though, he's apparently come off as quite ordinary to many players. In one post on Reddit by a user named Goomilord, they claim that they even encountered Nex and that he's merely a normal guy. Apparently, he switched his avatar to Sanic at one point and began spamming the words, "There is no cult on worlds.com" in the chat.
So he's just an RPer. Like, the guy just fucking RPs. Thanks, the resub Dick.
So let's think about this logically.
And Ernie.
Worlds is, at its core, creepy in and of itself. The barren environments, combined with the uncanny primitive textures, naturally gives any unsuspecting players a sense of uneasiness, especially if you've caught wind of the various allegations surrounding Nex's mysterious character.
That's pretty cool.
I believe that he's playing along, leading players to the belief that he's some sort of cult mastermind as a long-running joke. The worlds he frequents are creepy on purpose, and, in my opinion, he was capitalizing on it for a bit of fun.
Yeah, obviously, for sure.
He comes off strangely when he wants to, and he executes this with a group of willing friends. The same friends that we see in the so-called cult screenshots that were captured in-game. A weird hobby, but to each their own. I'm not judging.
So there was nothing.
Now with all of that out of the way, there's still one glaring question that remains. Why does World still exist?
That's the only really weird thing about it. Like, there's no point to keep it running. That's like the only odd thing. Like, Jimbly asking for pictures of people is the sign of a lonely person wanting to make sure, like, you know, this is a person, and I'm talking to a person. That's what it strikes me as. And the porn stuff is him taking fucking Google images.
Direct your attention to the game's owner. Tom Kidron, in his many years as the world's owner, has become somewhat known
Thanks to
as
5 goose subs,
someone called
Lotoplex. Thank you, man.
Troll. Patent trolls
Appreciate it,
essentially
man.
purchase many different elements and ideas of a particular product and squat on them for years, filing lawsuits against anyone that violates them. The reason that these people are called patent trolls mainly rests on the fact that the ones they purchase are typically what they perceive to be a sought-after and core element of a particular product. In this case, Kidron's been squatting on patent number 7,181,690.
Classic patent.
Which is titled System and Method for Enabling Users to Interact in a Virtual Space, This was filed on August 3rd, 2000, with further detail in the following. The invention provides a highly scalable architecture for a three-dimensional graphical multi-user interactive virtual world system. In a preferred embodiment, a plurality of users interact in a three-dimensional, computer-generated graphical space where each user executes a...
Yeah, he probably sues everyone that makes one of these kind of games.
From the perspective of that user. Sounds broad, doesn't it? That was on purpose. Andy's used it. Even as of this year, there are articles all over Google explaining legal cases that Worlds Inc. has filed
Worlds vs.
against
Bungie?
IPs such as Second Life, Blizzard, Bungie, and more. And according to a Vice article from 2015,
They ever won?
Kidron rakes in a whopping $200,000 a year from his court proceedings. This
No way.
effectively explains away the server cost. When not many, if any players play your game at all, the result of this is cheap upkeep, low bandwidth, low server costs. Ergo, he's raking in cash with a positive net income. In the US, the typical patent lifespan is 20 years, so at the time of writing this, we have just short of 9 months before Kidron would either have to renew or simply let it expire. As a result of
I'm
this,
sure he renewed.
if he so chooses, he could let it run its course and retire from his relentless court proceedings. If he does, I wouldn't be surprised if the Worlds game goes down with it, effectively and permanently leaving this artifact of a game to die.
Someone do it for me. Did he renew it or did... Well, I already know he fucking renewed it.
So, all in all, as it turns out, Jimbly is the real enigma here. The custom worlds that he, and potentially others, have created are an indisputable testament to the underbelly of this archaic MMO. Today, it's unclear whether he's still active in the game or not.
Ooh,
even so,
it's a huge
the inner
tier
mechanisms
3.
of this fabled network are something
Rates
that perplexes
2?
me, as I see no end goal
Thank you.
other than to hoard a repository of
Appreciate the
images
huge
for
tier
his own
3.
enjoyment. Why he chose Worlds.com to do it is and will forever remain beyond me. Regardless, Worlds, whether still online by nefarious reasons or not, stands as somewhat of a time capsule to the primitive era of social gaming. Today, with the official non-custom Worlds, it stands as a corpse of the past, a window into what once was, and a sliver of mystical nostalgia, sending us back into a time when we all first discovered the world of the internet.
Very cute.
As far as we know, servers are, to this day, willingly being kept alive. Alongside this, the inevitable date that the game permanently goes offline is unclear, so if you're eager to experience this curiosity of old, then you better get on it soon. Stay in the official servers, and you'll be fine.
Oh, so this is not the game Vinny played. I looked when I was shitting. He played Active Worlds.
Otherwise, you'll run the risk of missing the nostalgic boat, leaving it to sail away, and for us to watch it go.
Yeah, so I feel like that was a bit off. Literally nothing cultish about that. You have a guy who's RPing, and you even mentioned that it's literally RPing, not really cultish. Jimbly, I think, is easily explained because it's clearly a lonely guy, and he asks for the pictures of anyone that plays and wants to be his friend. Not the most uncommon thing in the world. And the porn shit was just stock images, right? So it's not, like, I don't know where the cult was. Someone told me it's about the most evil musicians, and he left out Ian Watkins. Which is interesting. I'm imagining he did that because it's been covered a lot now. Would be my guess. So he's probably looking for other ones that most people don't know.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today
I'll check
we're
him
gonna be
out.
talking about
I'll see what
musicians who
musicians
committed
made the cut.
crimes. There is in fact no Danny DeVito in the back. Not forever. Just for this video and maybe the next one. But yeah, we got a Christmas
This is
tree.
tier 1, Davies.
Woo, festive. Also, my album Ear Candy comes out next month. We're getting closer. We're getting
Yeah, Mob
closer.
Psycho's
Finally
great.
gonna give you guys a package. You guys don't have to
Great
listen to Cherry Soda
conclusion.
on repeat anymore. But yeah, like I've said before, there will be an Ear Candy album movie here on this channel. It'll premiere live. And the album cover is officially released. Drum roll, please.
Thanks, a Prime Princess.
The album cover is actually on my Instagram. I'm not gonna show it in this video. We're almost at 100,000 on Instagram. So that'd be amazing if you guys could go follow it. And also in news of the channel, we actually hit 100 million views.
Lazy tier 1 looter.
Give it up for us, man. We did that. 100 million views in total on this channel. Thank you guys so much. That's a lot of people looking at me, judging me behind the screen. I know you judged me behind the screen. Do you guys remember my hard drive video that I released like I think 2 or 3 weeks ago? Well, I got limited ads. Boom. I'm not gonna make a big deal out of that, but I will say a big thank you to today's sponsor. A lot of my videos just get straight limited ads.
Do I check the NORAD
so I'm
Santa
very
tracker?
thankful for companies that want to sponsor the channel. And today's sponsor is Casetify. Casetify is the world's most popular tech accessory brand, known for their protective phone cases made from 65% recycled
No, it's
materials
about evil
keep your devices
musicians,
safe from
so it's
bumps
gonna
and
be their
bruises
crimes,
while
not
also
their shitty
expressing your
music.
individual style.
Well, I don't even know if all the
Casetify
music is
offers
shitty. I
a
thought- I
wide
think I
range
saw
of
Johnny
case types that
Johnny
offer
Cash
high
on
levels
here,
of
but I don't wanna
protection,
spoil it.
style, and sleek yourself however you want to.
Didn't we watch this?
They also
No,
have
he
these
just posted
accessories that
this.
you can attach to your phone.
I just made a
Casetify was
I
nice
made a
enough to send
video
some
on
cases out
the
to me, and I've been
most
using them for a
evil
while now.
musician
I genuinely
ever,
love this brand, and it
Ian
actually has
Watkins.
saved my phone a couple times. Make sure to go
So
to
it's just a similar topic.
casetify.com/tov today to get 15% off your order. Thanks again to Casetify for sponsoring this video. Alright, now let's get started with the video. Sid Vicious. John Simon Ritchie, better known by his stage name Sid Vicious, was an English musician, best known as the bassist for punk rock band Sex Pistols. Despite dying in 1979 at age 21, he remains an icon to some of the punk subculture. To say John had a troubled childhood would be an understatement. He was raised by a single mother who sold marijuana to get by. She later remarried and John now had a stepdad, but sadly, that man passed away 6 months later due to kidney failure. By the time John was 15, his mother's life was consumed by a heroin and opiate addiction, causing him to feel lonelier than ever. While attending Kingsway College of Further Education, which was a school for students with difficulties, John admitted to a counselor that he had thoughts of and that he would torture and kill cats in his free time. That same year, Ritchie met fellow Kingsway student John Ladon, who introduced him to his friends John Gray and John Wardle. All four, who became known locally as the Four Johns, quit school and began squatting in various dismal locations. Three of the Four Johns would then take nicknames. Liddon gave Ritchie the nickname Sid Vicious after Ritchie was bitten by Liddon's hamster, Sid. 2 years later in 1975, Glenn Matlock and Paul Cook joined the band, now rebranded to Sex Pistols. Though Ritchie still wasn't a part of the band, it wasn't until 1977 that tensions started rising between member Matlock and their manager Malcolm McLaren, which led to Matlock being kicked from their band for, quote, liking the Beatles. The work environment was pretty toxic, with Matlock revealing that their manager purposely made them pick fights with each other because he thought generating chaos between the band was a creative mechanism. Sid and his then girlfriend, Nancy Spungen, hosted a party in their hotel room, during which Vicious took approximately 30 Tuinal tablets, and while many people came and went, he was comatose for the rest of the night. At about 11 a.m. the next morning, hotel staff found Spungen dead on the bathroom floor, with a knife wound in her abdomen. Vicious was found wandering the hallway. He first claimed to have killed her, then said he remembered nothing. Two people who had been at the party stated that Nancy was alive at 5 a.m. The murder weapon was identified as a Jaguar K11 hunting knife, which Nancy had purchased for Sid a few days earlier. Vicious was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. He told police that he and Nancy had argued that night, but gave conflicting versions of what happened next, saying, "I stabbed her, but I never meant to kill her," then saying that he didn't remember anything. Then after that, saying that Spungen had fallen onto the knife. Later,
yeah, this kind of shit happened. Like, he mentioned the torturing and killing cats. That's where it always starts for a murderer, or I guess like a full-blown like psychopath, fucking maniac. That is like the #1 sign that someone will end up doing that to a real person. Torturing, killing animals. That is just the most common thread. I think the second that gets mentioned, they need to take that very seriously and monitor the person. There needs to be some very serious repercussions for that shit. That is just like the most cited correlation ever. Like an early sign of someone who will likely be a murderer. Makes no sense why it's still not taken super seriously. A lack of respect for life. I think it's still just that notion that, oh, it's just an animal. That's a huge distinction. He's just doing it to cats right now. He'll never graduate and do that to people, surely. But I mean, there's tons and tons and tons of killers. All, and very many of them, have no problem being open that it started when they were kids with torturing and killing animals. I just don't know like how much more evidence they need of that being a telltale sign.
The situation was a bit hard to get out of because Richie admitted to stabbing her. His manager, his mother, and his label were able to get a top-tier lawyer which arranged for Richie to be released on a $50,000 bail, with conditions that he wouldn't leave New York and that he'd sign in daily at the 3rd Homicide Unit offices. All legal costs were covered by Virgin Records. Just 2 months later, Richie found himself in another case when he was flirting with Todd Smith's girlfriend. No, not that Todd Smith, but he was flirting with a man's girlfriend, and when Smith told him to back off, well, Richie broke a beer bottle and jammed it into his face, leading to Smith getting 5 stitches and Richie being arrested and charged with assault. In January 1979, Richie would be released on a $10,000 bail. In the morning of February 1st, 1979, after completing his detoxification program, Richie was released from Rikers Island Jail. When he arrived in Manhattan, he met his friend Peter Gravel. Vicious asked Gravel to find him some heroin, and Gravel brought $200 worth of the drug to the apartment. Gravel said that they sat around doing drugs and he left at 3 a.m. when the hard drug use began. He noted that Vicious was already nodding off, but he also said that Robinson, which was another friend of theirs, gave Vicious 4 Quaaludes to help him sleep. Vicious died that night of a drug overdose. Deborah Spungen, who was Nancy's mother, claimed that Vicious wrote a letter to her when he was hospitalized saying, "We always knew that we would go to the same place when we died. We so much wanted to die together in each other's arms. I cry every time I think about that. I promised my baby I would kill myself if anything ever happened to her, and she promised me the same. This is my final commitment to my love." No one's ever gonna know if Richie actually overdosed on purpose to meet Nancy again, or if he genuinely accidentally overdosed. Chuck Berry. Charles Edward Anderson Berry was an American singer, songwriter, and guitarist who pioneered rock and roll. Nicknamed the father of rock and roll, he refined and developed rhythm and blues into major elements that made rock and roll distinctive with songs such as Maybelline, Roll Over Beethoven, Rock and Roll Music, and Johnny B. Good, which was featured on the classic Back to the Future. Writing lyrics that
I'll be honest, the main thing I know Chuck Berry for is that performance with John Lennon where Yoko starts banging a drum and making outrageous noises into a mic and he looks extremely shocked and uncomfortable. That's like the most I know about Chuck Berry and Yoko Ono. Well, Yoko Ono doesn't even know what the internet is. Yoko Ono still does that shtick. She's lived her whole life around this idea that people like to hear her make goofy noises. I will never forget that, I think it was 2016, 2015. She went to like an art museum and had her own exhibit where she just grabs a mic and goes, for like 5 minutes. Yoko doesn't know what the fuck the internet is.
Peak fame when Charles was 61 in 1987, he was charged with assaulting a woman at New York's Gramercy Park Hotel. He was accused of causing lacerations to the mouth requiring 5 stitches, 2 loose teeth, and contusions of the face. He pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of harassment and paid a $250 fine. 3 years later, in 1990, he was sued by several women who claimed that he had installed a video camera in the bathroom of his restaurant. Berry claimed that he had the camera installed to catch a worker who was suspected of stealing from the restaurant. Although his guilt was never proven in court, Berry opted for a class action settlement. One of his biographers, Bruce Pegg, estimated that it cost Berry over $1.2 million plus legal fees. His lawyers claimed that he had been a victim of conspiracy to profit from his wealth. Reportedly, a police raid on his house found intimate videotapes of women, one of whom was apparently a minor. Also found in the raid were 62 grams of marijuana. Felony drug and abuse charges were filed, and the abuse charges were eventually dropped, and Berry agreed to plead guilty to misdemeanor possession of marijuana. He was given a 6-month suspended jail sentence, placed on 2 years unsupervised probation, and was ordered to donate $5,000 to a local hospital. Still don't know why the abuse charges were dropped, even though there was apparently a video. Later videos Berry recorded of himself urinating on a woman, and another of her defecating on him would surface. And one of the—
Wait, this guy was like the original R. Kelly pisser. He recorded a video of him pissing on a woman like 10 years before R. Kelly did. Maybe R. Kelly was inspired? Interesting. The defecating, I don't think R. Kelly ever did. I don't think he ever got shit on by a woman. Well, he may have. I have no fucking idea. But that was never in any of the court documents. So he didn't want to go full Chuck Berry. It was a half measure. Thanks to the Tier 1 Sergeant and the 5 gift subs Destroyer. Thank you, Destroyer. The Prime Grit and Resub Brain. John McAfee. Yeah, I still don't know if that one's true, but I still just love the the mythos around that. It was rumored that John McAfee would hire prostitutes to sit in this special swing he made that had the ass cut out of it so that way he could lay under it and they'd shit on him. That was a kind of wild theory. Don't know if it's true. There's a lot of mystique around the life of John McAfee. There's really no telling for sure what's real and what's fake. I don't remember if we asked him that on the podcast or not. I don't think so. This is old lore. Yeah. Someone just brought up John McAfee. So I was just explaining why. You asked about the whale thing. Yeah, we asked him if he actually had sex with a whale, which he denies. But I don't remember us asking about a shit fetish.
Videos is it's on Reddit. Doesn't show that much, but you can hear a Chuck Berry fart and then ask, "Did I fart in your face?" Not gonna play the audio.
Oh,
but
what?
It's pretty odd and wild stuff. Nonetheless, the
you can't tease me with that, Tub. What? Say that again.
Face on Reddit doesn't show woman and another of her defecating on him would surface. And one of those videos is it's on Reddit. Doesn't show that much, but you can hear a Chuck Berry fart and then ask, "Did I fart in your face?" Not gonna play the audio, but it's pretty odd and wild stuff. Nonetheless, the dude was a fucking
Okay, hold on. Just pulling that up. This is called Classic Video Chuck Berry Farts on Prostitute. Okay, I don't know how crude the audio is, so I'm going to mute for a second and listen to this. That was a lot cooler than I thought it was going to be, too. It's not muted. Well, you're welcome then. How about that? That was hype. The video had like his legs over his head. It was like the fart was aimed at her face. Fucking weirdo bad guy though. Interesting fart though.
creep. And he died on my birthday, March 18th, 2017. He died due to a cardiac arrest. It's so annoying that his music is built in all Teslas on their little Christmas mode. Hey Elon, this dude was a full-on predator.
It does seem that way.
Goldvik Ethan, aka Faust, is a Norwegian drummer known primarily for his work with the black metal band Emperor. In 1993, he was sentenced to 14 years in prison for, get this, murder. He's been out of prison since 2003, but according to Ethan, while walking home from a pub through the Olympic Park, a well-known gay cruising spot, a man named Andresen drunkenly approached him and solicited him for sex. Ethan agreed to go with him to the nearby woods, and there he stabbed Andresen 37 times. Ethan claimed that he felt no remorse at the time. Ihsan, his bandmate in Emperor, said that Ethan, quote, had been very fascinated by serial killers for a long time, and I guess he wanted to know what it's like to kill a person. The media has linked the murder to black metal, and speculated that Ethan was motivated by Satanism, fascism, or homophobia. In a 1993 interview, he stated, "I am not a Satanist, but I praise the evil." And in an interview for the book Lords of Chaos, he explained that he had been interested in Satanism, but there are other things as well. Basically, I don't give a shit. In a 2008 interview...
Which one's the one that's, what is it, the Church of Satan? I don't remember. One of those that's called Satanism or something to do with Satan is actually just kind of about, like, loving yourself or some shit. I don't think it's this one. Whatever this guy's talking about. But which one is that? Oh, the Satanic Temple. Ah, okay. The Satanic Temple. Yeah, because that one is apparently just all about, like, self-love and not worrying about, like, greater powers. Something like that. Thanks to resub Milky and Pupil.
Ethan said, "I was never a Satanist or a fascist in any way." In a 2012 interview, he said, "I never had any racist or homophobic views." Gal, who was an openly gay member of the Norwegian black metal scene, said that Ethan was the first person to send him a message of support when he came out. Police initially had no suspects, and Ethan remained free for about a year. However, he told Oystein Euronymous Arseth, Varg Vikernes, and a few others what he had done.
Damn, those names are crazy.
After Oystein murder in 1993, which we will talk about next, Ethan was arrested and confessed to killing Andresen. In 1994, he was sentenced to 14 years imprisonment, but was released due to good behavior in 2003 after serving 9 years and 4 months.
Isn't that wild? murder is still something that you can just serve your time and come back from. I guess maybe there was some level of rehab at that particular prison. That'd have to be some fucking crazy rehab. Guy just randomly murders someone. I don't really know how you solve that problem. But then there's people that have marijuana charges that will never see the light of day again. Apparently marijuana is something you can never rehab out of. Isn't that fucking crazy? Yeah, true. I guess maybe it's just something with the prison system over there that's different here. I don't know. Still, though, I just find that to just be very sad.
Varg Vikernes. Now, the Mayhem Band is a topic you guys have requested a lot, but I honestly don't think I'm gonna make a dedicated video to them anytime soon. There are some great documentaries here on YouTube all about that. However, I will talk about Varg Vikernes, the 1993 to 1994 bass player for the band. On June 6, 1992, the Fantov Stave Church, dating from the 12th century and considered architecturally significant, was burned to the ground by arson. The cover of Burzum's EP, Ashes, is a photo of the destroyed church. By January 1993, arson attacks had occurred on at least 7 other major stave churches, including one on Christmas Eve of 1992. He was found guilty of several of these cases. At the time, media outlets reported that he was associated with some type of Satanism. In later interviews, Vikernes,
man, that satanic panic was in full effect.
Arsons said they weren't satanic, but instead revenge for the Christian desecration of Viking graves and temples. According to him, the arsons were on the anniversary of the Lindisfarne Viking raid. He claimed that all the burnings except for one were done by one person. In early 1993, problems came between him and Euronymous, which was the band's lead guitarist, which ended up in Euronymous' murder. It's been speculated that the murder was a result of a power struggle, or a financial dispute, or maybe even an attempt at outdoing the stabbing by Faust. On the night of the murder, Vikernes and Blackthorn drove from Bergen to Euronymous' apartment at Toyengata in Also. Blackthorn allegedly stood in the stairwell smoking, while Vikernes went to Euronymous' apartment on the 4th floor. Vikernes said he met Euronymous at the door.
Jesus, this is so much to keep track of. Holy shit. When he stepped
forward and confronted Euronymous panicked and kicked him in the chest. Vikernes claims Euronymous ran to the kitchen to fetch a knife. The two got into a struggle and Vikernes stabbed Euronymous to death. His body was found in the stairwell on the 1st floor with 23 stab wounds, 2 to the head, 5 to the
sounds
neck,
like self-defense to me.
the back. After the murder, Vikernes and Blackthorn drove back to Bergen. On the way, they stopped at a lake where Vikernes disposed of his blood-stained clothes. Vikernes was arrested on August 19, 1993 in Bergen. The police found 150 kilograms of explosives and 3,000 rounds of ammunition in his home. On May 16, 1994, Vikernes was sentenced to 21 years in prison, Norway's maximum penalty. The murder of Euronymous, the arson of 3 churches, the attempted arson of a 4th church, and for the theft and storage of 150 kilograms of explosives. Though Vikernes only confessed to the theft and storage of the explosives, 2 churches were set on fire the day he was sentenced. Vikernes continued with his band Burzum, which included one other member, Samath, after his release. He released 3 further black metal albums, Bellis in 2010, Fallen in 2011, and Skiptar in 2012, and a compilation of re-recorded songs. In the years following his release from prison, Vikernes became an active video blogger on his YouTube channel, which was called Thulian Perspective, but YouTube removed his channel from the platform in June 2019. But by that point, the channel had 250,000 subscribers. So there's a chance if he redeemed the 100,000 subscriber play button, that YouTube gave a murderer a play button. I'm talking about a murderer that already killed someone. Not like a YouTuber that ended up killing someone. Like they rewarded a murderer with a 100k play button.
Varg Vikernes, født 11.2.73, dømmes til en straff av fengsel I 21 år.
Well, that's Johnny 2 people here that are now out after murdering somebody. Huge. Wow.
Johnny Cash was an American country singer-songwriter. Much of Cash's music contained themes of sorrow, moral tribulation, and redemption, especially in the later stages of his career. He was known for his deep, calming voice, kinda like me. In Los Angeles in the summer of 1965, Johnny Cash was living in the wilderness of Southern California.
Was that a G-flat?
When he sparked a wildfire with his overheated truck. It blazed through more than 500 acres and threatened the lives of endangered condors. This took the lives of 49 condors, and there were only 53 condors in that entire forest. Sad, because in 1987, the California condor was officially declared extinct in the wild, and it's safe to assume Johnny Cash had a lot to do with it. When asked by a judge if he started the fire, he said, "My truck did, and it's dead. so you can't question it. He ended up settling the case for $82,000, or about $500,000 in today's dollars. When held legally responsible by investigators, Cash made lovely statements such as, "I don't care about your damn yellow buzzards." Yeah, he was definitely feeling pretty remorseful. If you guys are looking for ways to support the channel other than just watching the videos,
what a piece of shit!
It's already enough. Thank you so much. You can also buy from
Johnny
the
Cash
brand.
music.
The website is
I didn't know he was such a
earldoesn'texist.com, and we
douche.
currently have our Christmas collection. You can follow us over on Instagram as well. We have a new comic. We upload a lot of comics, so if you wanna go see the adventures of Earl, you can go check it out. Everything from the Christmas collection will leave on New Year's, so these are very limited. We're never gonna sell these again. Next year it'll be different Christmas collection. These designs are limited. Yeah, if you want to support the channel, if you want to look cool, if you want to get a special gift for a special someone, make sure to shop at Earl Doesn't Exist.
Sucks, but it's not murder.
Oh, yeah,
well, yeah, it's definitely not murder.
Make sure to use code EARL20.
I mean, I guess it is murder.
Off anything
49
on the site.
condors.
This will expire on January 1st.
Not
And now
intentionally,
let's get on to the
but
next topic.
Still.
Ozzy Osbourne. John Michael Ozzy Osbourne is an English singer, songwriter, and television personality. He rose to prominence during the 1970s as the lead vocalist of the heavy metal band Black Sabbath. On February 19th, 1982,
Bit the head off a
Osbourne had a
bat.
few too many drinks and ended up stumbling on the street in nothing but his girlfriend's dress. He was in a dress because she hid all his clothing in order so that he wouldn't go out anymore, but Ozzy being Ozzy, he just put on her dress and left. He ended up taking a leak and thought nothing of it, and it was later revealed that Ozzy peed within the Alamo Plaza, not the Alamo itself. But still pretty disrespectful, as it's quite literally nicknamed.
I actually remember this.
It holds this status because it
remember
represents
this
the
story.
Battle of Alamo, which was a pivotal event in the Texas Revolution following a 13-day battle where Mexican troops reclaimed the mission, killing most of the occupants inside. Police arrested Ozzy, who spent part of the afternoon in a local jail on charges of public intoxication. He was later freed that evening on a $40 bond and performed at the city's Hemisphere Arena Convention Center. This also led to him being banned from playing in San Antonio, Texas for 10 years. Once those 10 years were up, a sober Ozzy came back and gave a proper apology.
He was allowed back in 1992.
What? Are they speaking through a waterfall? What is that?
DMX. On July 1st, 2004 at 8 p.m., DMX, whose real name was Earl Simmons, and his friend were at the JFK airport, specifically in the parking lot for terminals 1, 2, and 3. Allegedly in a hurry, DMX and his accomplice were becoming irritated with the speed of the car in front of them, so DMX turned on the siren lights of his Ford Expedition. Why he had siren lights? I don't even know. DMX pulled
That's
the
so
rental car
hype,
over,
though.
and keep in mind, the dude was with his wife and his daughter. DMX told the guy that he and his friend were FBI agents and attempted to drag him out of his own car. After failing to do so,
How do you
DMX
get
returned to his
sirens as a
vehicle
civilian?
and crashed through a gate, where he was then arrested by Port Authority police and found with multiple rocks of crack cocaine. DMX and his friend, whose name is Jackie Hudgens, were charged with cocaine possession, criminal impersonation, criminal possession of a weapon, criminal mischief, driving under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Also for claiming being a federal agent and attempting to carjack a vehicle. The victim was originally seeking compensation in the amount of $4 million from DMX. DMX's attorney, Rich Cord, spoke on behalf of his client, explaining that the rapper felt he was justified in pulling the victim over and making a citizen's arrest. He went on to say, his vehicle looked like it was a police vehicle, and he believed the victim should have gotten out of the way. When the victim didn't get out of his way, he decided he should pull him over. He read.
What the fuck? This is the... There's no way this works. It's... First of all, it's illegal to impersonate a police vehicle. You can't even have sirens. What do you mean? Like, that's already a crime. Like, a literal crime. I do love the excuse, though, that he actually wasn't trying to, like, steal their car. It was a citizen's arrest. I like that. That's an interesting angle. I like that one. That's good RP. You can buy sirens but can't use them. I don't even know where the fuck you can get sirens. I thought it was literally illegal to have sirens on top of your car unless you are a police officer. You can't flash red and blues. You can have, of course, like the workers' lights and all of that, but you cannot flash red and blues. I think that's literally illegal. Amazon. Well, yeah, I guess you can get like toy ones and slap them up there. It's illegal to do, but you can still install LED lights. Well, yeah, you can still have, like, some kind of lights. I'm saying you cannot be, like, siren. You cannot... I don't even think you can have fucking red or blue headlights for that very reason. Am I right or wrong with that? You cannot flash anything red or blue because you cannot be mistaken for a law enforcement officer. It's illegal. Fucking hype, though, that for some reason he had law enforcement sirens for his vehicle. That's cool, I guess. DMX was just above the law. He was the law.
Parole. Here's a clip of DMX talking about it on The Breakfast Club in 2012.
I was rushing for a flight.
Right.
And this dude in a raggedy ass Honda, he driving wild slow.
Right.
Now usually if I'm in a rush, you know what I'm saying, and I'm in that truck, I'll hit the lights and, you know, throw the siren or whatever, and they get out the way.
Right.
But he was just totally disrespecting my authority. Not that I really...
What authority?
But what if I really did have the authority?
Right. So you threw the light on.
Yeah, I threw the light on.
So you just have sirens in your car?
Well, that one, yeah.
Yeah.
That one, yeah.
I think that made you feel like you had more authority than you actually had.
Rick James. James Ambrose.
What the fuck? It sounds like they actually just gave him a law enforcement unmarked vehicle. What the fuck you mean? I just threw on the sirens. That's so wild. Yeah, I mean, at that point, goddamn, he basically was just like an unsworn-in officer.
Johnson Jr. was an
DMX
American
is his own
singer,
precinct.
songwriter, musician, and record producer. Born and raised in Buffalo, New York, James began his musical career in his teenage years.
I
He was
only
in
know
plenty
Rick
of bands
James
before
from
entering
Chappelle's
the US
Show.
Navy Reserve to avoid being drafted into the Army. In 1964,
Oh, I also know his iconic interview where he's like, cocaine's a hell of a drug. That's it. That's all I know about Rick James. What do the 5 fingers say to the face? Slap. And Charlie Murphy. Man, this has been a night of like remembering old Chappelle Show moments. That show was so good back in the day. Fuck me. I'm Rick James, bitch. I know literally nothing about his music or him as a person, though.
in 1981, James released his most successful album, Street Songs, which included career-defining hits such as Give It To Me Baby and Super Freak. By the
Wait,
1990s,
what?
the
Whoa,
drug
wait. Rick James is Super Freak? Oh, okay. So I definitely know of his music. I just didn't know it was him that made it. Oh, I had no clue. I love that song. That song went so hard.
He was heavily addicted to cocaine and later admitted to spending $7,000 a week on cocaine for 5 years straight.
Cocaine's a hell of a
On August 2nd,
drug.
1991, James and his girlfriend Tanya Hijazi were arrested on charges of holding 24-year-old Frances Ali hostage for up to 6 days, tying her up, forcing her to perform sexual acts, and burning her legs and abdomen with the hot end of a crack cocaine pipe. All of this during a week-long cocaine binge. Ultimately, James untied the victim, and she fled his house, eventually checking in to Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, where her injuries were brought to the attention of police, and her story unfolded from there. Sadly, many of the allegations made by Ali were not upheld. Due to his strong legal defense team, James managed to avoid life imprisonment after being cleared of the torture charge. You see, this is only one of the many stories when it comes to Rick James being a horrible person. And it didn't seem like Rick James was apologetic, as when another one of his victims was recounting what she went through with him, he was seen audibly snoring in the courthouse. Other stories include minors, which I'd rather not talk about. This is another one of those
Holy
things
shit.
where people just seem to not talk about.
Oh, holy
Frank
fuck.
Sinatra. There is a very
Frank?
famous picture
What?
of Francis Albert Sinatra, aka Frank Sinatra. This image is the infamous
Damn, I didn't know
mugshot
half of these. I
photo,
only knew a
and who
couple.
would have thought that one of the world's best-selling music artists' arrest was, well, for a crime that doesn't even exist anymore. And what was that crime, you may ask? Seduction. This charge was usually applied when a man convinced an unmarried woman of good repute to engage in an inappropriate encounter with him. There was generally a promise of marriage that would never actually come true,
was
thereby
a
ruining
criminal
the woman's
charge?
reputation. It was basically when a man would lie to a woman of high standards in order to fuck her, usually promising marriage. In other words, the official crime for all the 1930s busters with Riz. Oh my
Damn.
God.
The man actually caught a Giga Chad
1938,
charge.
A 23-year-old Sinatra found himself in that situation, and he was officially arrested and booked for seduction. The charge was eventually dropped, and it was later discovered that the supposedly single woman was in fact married. Later that year, the original charge was revised slightly, and Sinatra was again arrested, this time for adultery. Adultery is legal punishment for cheating on your spouse whom you're married to. It's a really outdated law, which some states are actively trying to get rid of. These states include Alabama, Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Illinois, Kansas, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, New York, North Dakota, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Utah,
So, like, all
Virginia,
the
and
states.
Wisconsin. I mean, this is a pretty lighthearted one on the list. I know the woman still cheated, and I feel bad for whoever her husband was, but imagine if this mugshot was for something way more heinous. Imagine it was like
Frank Sinatra mugshot for robbing blind old lady, then pushing her in front of a semi-truck.
it just wouldn't feel right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad it wasn't anything too bad from Frank Sinatra. What an actual wild charge. There was a time where it was illegal to have game. Jesus Christ. Hey, sorry to hear about that, Sinatra. But also, congrats and good work.
Elvis Presley. Elvis Aaron Presley was an American singer and actor, dubbed the King of Rock and Roll. He's regarded as one of the most significant cultural figures of the 20th century. His energized interpretations of songs and sexually provocative performance style led him to both great success and initial controversy. He became insanely famous with Heartbreak Hotel, which was his first #1 hit, being released in January 1956, and he quickly became a star. In Joel Williamson's book, Elvis Presley: A Southern Life, he writes about Elvis's life on the road, including his time spent with teenagers. Williamson wrote that while on tour, Elvis preyed on a group of 3 14-year-old girls who would pillow fight, tickle, wrestle, and kiss Elvis, who was 22 at the time. He also met his wife when he was 24. She was 14. Though they got married when she was 21, they claimed they never had sex. This has been questioned by many people, even to the point where a book has been written about it. Multiple books, actually. Now, Elvis was never charged with anything regarding these relationships, but he should have been, and I'm sure we can all agree on that.
I never heard that.
Thank you guys so
God damn,
much for
what
watching
the
the
fuck?
video. If you liked it, make
Nice. Yeah, I didn't know most of those. I am surprised he didn't put in Ian Watkins. What he did is still worse than everything on his entire musical career. Everything he did behind the scenes is the most heinous shit imaginable. But yeah, I think the reason he probably didn't bring that one on is because of just how dark that is. Like, there is murder on here with these two in the middle. But I think Ian Watkins had so much, and all of it is so unbelievably fucked up. Like, the most disgusting things imaginable, that Tuv probably just decided that's a little much for this, would be my guess. Yeah, also no G.G. Allen. The biggest pedophile in music history. His charges include a ton of horrible things. The one that is probably the most shocking that most people know is the attempted rape of a baby. So yeah, I think the reason Tuv didn't include him in this list is because it's a lot. It's a lot. Former governor of Vermont, Howard Dean, literally ruined his career over the Dean scream. Wow. We actually have an old head in here. The Dean scream is what Chappelle, back in the early days, made an entire skit based off of. We're going to Oregon. We're going to Vermont. Ah! And then Chappelle made an entire skit out of it. His career ended on the spot. That is a classic. Which is so stupid. It's actually... I'm going to play it. I'm going to play the clip. What was his name again? Dean... I'll just do Dean Scream. It's crazy to think of this now because at this point, this guy would get 1 million Twitter followers overnight and become a TikTok sensation if he did this right now. But this ruined his entire political career. This one moment. This one goofy scream.
You know something?
Tell him, Dean.
You know something?
Fuck yeah, Howard!
We will not give up.
He sounds like the president from Independence Day when he gives his last speech.
Arizona, or New Mexico, Oklahoma, North Dakota, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan. We will not quit now or ever. We want our country back for ordinary Americans.
Exit Tier 1 raise. I don't remember this for sure, but I do remember reading that he was actually an extremely liked candidate right up until that moment. I'm going way into the data banks of my brain for that, but I think I remember reading that going into that, people fucking loved him. Like, people fucking loved that guy. But the second he did that silly scream, they threw him to the wolves. That was true? He had a lead in the polls? Okay. Yeah. Like, it is like a WWE performance. Just one and he cooks it up, too. Like, look at him charging it. It's like a spirit bomb.
The White House!
Yeah! Yeah! And then Chappelle kind of just dug the nail in the coffin. He made a whole skit about it.
We're going to South. Just kept on with it. This one.
Howard Dean finally, God rest his soul, had his political career ended. Just one scream. Ahead of his time, though. Like I said, if he did this today, he would be extremely popular for it, and he'd get a lot of new fans. Is he alive? I don't know. I always just assume when I stop hearing about, like, big celebrities that they're dead. It's a bad habit of mine. I just assume that the reason I stopped hearing about them is because they died. He reprised his speech in 2016, no scream, though. What's the point, then? Here's what I say. I think Howard Dean should get the cobwebs off. You know, get on his dancing shoes again and make a run for it. But this time, invest heavily in the Dean Scream. I think that should be the focal point of all of his campaign rallies. Build his whole brand around that and give it another crack. You could be his running mate. Yeah, I don't want to be his running mate. I'll be his campaign manager. I'll design his appearances. I'll have this man going on like Twitch rivals for games he doesn't even fucking play just to keep saying, yeah. Get Howard Dean in the next Smash tournament? Oh, yeah, have him casting Smash. But then wouldn't he become the breathtaking? No. I think it's a little different with the Dean Scream. I legitimately think he got done so dirty. I don't know why that scream ruined him. Like, I really don't, to be honest. I don't know why people got so upset at the Dean Scream back in 2004. He got done so fucking dirty with that. They sampled the Dean Scream in Breaking Bad. Oh, really? What? When? I don't remember that. In here?
We're going to South Dakota!
You got one part of that wrong.
You stream the raids? Yeah, chat's welcome to join too, as long as you're good.
This is not meth.
Was that actually in the show? Wait, what? That... No shot. This has to be a meme, right? Why? Like, that doesn't even fit here. Nah, no shot. That's definitely just like a meme. Find another clip. Good idea. No way! What? Why is that even there? No one's even talking about it. What the fuck is the... What? That had to just be there as a joke. What the fuck? Yeah, it had to just be like a little joke with the crew. Yeah, I mean, it adds fucking nothing to the scene at all. Like, it's just a random sound effect. It's like the whip cracks in Johnny Test. They must have just like been like laughing about this and threw it in. Alright, all power to him then. I wonder how many other times the Dean Scream has been slid into movies and shows. Have you seen the insurance scam? People who literally jump in front of moving cars and nearly die just to scam people? Well, that's as old as time, man. Yeah, that one, I've known about that for years and years and years. That is an ancient scam. The good old Saul Goodman. Yeah, but with like really awful actors. Almost all of those insurance scams are so bad. Like, it is, like, the least effort imaginable. Let's see if there's any I recognize off just the thumbnail.
Here we have a rich one. Oh, no, that was a tricky move. Looks like you're overcompensating for something with that wing.
Thanks, resub Fabe and Aurelian and Salad.
Here. Oh, how dare they? That was so unprofessional.
Oh, God.
Guys, where is the police brutality when you actually need it, you know? Whoa.
I've seen this one. That one I've seen. Yeah.
So, Go back over there, sit down. And
I know that
make
one.
life choices.
That one's old. This one's old as shit.
All right, let's see here. Oh, hello.
What a technique. Wait, what the fuck? That actually probably like broke his whole ass bone. He like actually went for like a full-blown drop kick. I haven't seen that one. That's kind of hype. He got kind of high too off that.
Oh, hello.
Like that's not a bad vertical leap at all. Good shit. Yeah, I got the double leg drop kick. Do these type of scams actually work? I have to imagine at like a very small level, like 1 or 2 times it'll work. But 9 times out of 10, no. This is the Prime Chester. That's why you want a dash cam. Yeah, dash cams are super important. But even if you don't have a dash cam, there's just cameras everywhere now. So like you'll have a camera at pretty much every intersection or pretty much everywhere in general. Even like nearby buildings will have cameras that you can just use during one of these cases. There's a Prime Chris. So it probably doesn't work often. How do you get the footage? Well, since it becomes an insurance issue, your insurance probably subpoenas the businesses for the footage. You won't get the footage? I mean, what do you mean? This right here is clearly not from this guy's dash cam. Like, there's plenty of examples, like nearby locations, like since it's an insurance thing, they probably aren't going to just let it go. Thanks to 5 gift subs, Lethargic. Appreciate it, Lethargic. And there is sub Valo and Dame.
There's some brake checking going on here. And that is why you always have to have a dash cam, just in case you come across some of these dingleberries doing these stupid stunts. But anyways, let's see how this one will end. Come on now.
I prefer the like on foot ones better.
Is always the answer. Wise words, Jeremy Clarkson. Wise words. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wee. Wee.
Oh fuck! Oh god.
This guy is a train wreck.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, this guy's like a zombie.
Unfortunately so. Yeah, not too proud of this guy. Not
cool haircut though. God damn. What is that? It's like a chocolate smudge on bath salts, probably. He's on that K2.
Alright, let's see what's going on here.
Thanks the sub or the gift sub twin.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Break, break, break! Don't let him win! Don't let him win. Yes! Take the L and do a walk of shame. And why are you running? Why are you running?
But yeah, it's very common. Insurance fraud is a very common scam attempt. It just isn't effective, usually, ever. There has to be someone that has tried to master this. I don't think so. I imagine you only ever try it once. Like when the desperation is overwhelming, you try it once. And I imagine you probably get like seriously injured going for it. Like in the cases where it actually isn't caught on dash cam is what I'm talking about. And then you still lose in the end. Thanks to the resub, Dickley, LD, Machina, Strudio, Arrow, Grilled Cheese, and Chaka. They're serial insurance scammers? Like famous ones? Do you think people have died trying to do a scam like this? Oh, absolutely. Pretty common scam to reverse into someone because rear driver is always at fault unless there is footage it's impossible to prove. Yeah, brake checking. Well, I guess driving in reverse is like the upgraded level of brake checking, but yeah. Thanks to resub Megap. I just have to wonder if it's ever really worth it. Like, I just can't imagine as the insurance scammer you get much out of it. Because you still have to pay fees as well. Like, just to, like, make the fight against the insurance. Like, I just can't imagine you get more than, like, pocket change from one of those cases. Easier than a job, though? Not really. It's a one-time payment that you have to fight for months. When I got into an accident back in, like, 2012, it was a low-speed accident, and the lady sued faking an injury. She had to spend thousands upon thousands of dollars going to a corrupt doctor multiple times in order to sign off on, like, here's her injury. And then by the end of it, like, the case wrapped up as, like, a $10,000 settlement or something. And she probably spent more than that just getting all the paperwork together and then visiting the doctor so many times. Like, I mean, my insurance rate went up, so if it was a fuck you to me, she succeeded there, but, like, she didn't profit like at all. Well, it was a very low speed accident, like at like a stop. And I talked to her for like 2 hours, and she was joking around. She even called her boyfriend up to come over to hang out. Like, she was totally fine. That she had no injuries whatsoever. And then she even did the classic, like, neck brace thing. What was the thought process behind any of that? Bro, have you never heard of ambulance chasers? Man, am I just that old? Ambulance chasers are like a thing. Just going for a paycheck off of fake injuries and shit? It just sounds so dumb. It is so dumb. Again, I just can't imagine you get anything out of it. You usually spend more chasing it than you do when you get a payment or a settlement. Just doesn't make any sense. Aren't ambulance chasers the lawyers who go after those cases? Yeah, but the whole thing is called ambulance chasing. So the people that fake it and the lawyers that pursue it. Not true, you don't spend anything. The doctors and lawyers are usually in on it and split it 3 ways. I don't know all the details of that, but using my case for an example, let's say they did split that $10K 3 ways. She did still have to fight my insurance. Or like herself. Like not even like the lawyer. So she did still have to spend in resources in order to even battle. And if it was getting split 3 ways, that's even less than she gets trickled down. A friend of mine had a corrupt doctor. He didn't even have to go to PT. He signed off on it and got a free 3K from doing something similar. I don't doubt like all that's like accurate. The doctor she went to apparently was known to the insurance company as like a quack who does this shit regularly. You finished Slippin' Jimmy. No man, I'm not a fucking idiot. Why would I have watched Slippin' Jimmy? You're talking about the cartoon, right? This is apparently a disaster. Like an absolute disaster. I also hate the art style. I can't stand this style. What is this? This was a Better Call Saul spinoff. And man, what a piece of shit. I watched the trailer and that's all I needed to see. Looks like Big Mouth. Yeah, everything is starting to look like Big Mouth. It's the cheapest and fastest animation. So everything's going that way and it's really frustrating. You sound like Martin Scorsese talking about Marvel. Hey, I will die on that hill. I think Big Mouth and all shows like Big Mouth are the worst thing to ever happen to animation. They're not only extremely ugly, they're extremely fucking lazy, and they are unwatchably bad. I will scream that from the mountaintops. BoJack's good though. I would what a disservice to BoJack. You really think BoJack looks at all like this? I don't think so. I don't think it's even close. BoJack looks terrible. Okay, you can talk about like the prettiness of its art style, that's fine, but to compare it to like the Big Mouth style, I think is very dishonest. For BoJack in particular, I think the griminess of its art style like helps complement the tone of the show, but that's just me. You can find it ugly all you want, that's totally a fine, fair critique, but to compare it to like Big Mouth style, I think is just wrong. Who is Slippin' Jimmy even for? That's what I said when we first watched this. Like, it's not like kids are super into Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, so I don't think it's going to be geared at kids, but it also has a very childlike tone to it. Like, it's not like an adult animation, it's very childish. So, like, I don't know who the audience was. Looks like it aired on Quibi. Any reference to Quibi gets at least a little bit of a nod from me. Shit's a deep cut. The fuck is Quibi? It's so beautiful seeing no one remember Quibi. This only existed... We watched the whole video on it, but I think this only existed for like a year. If that. And it got like billions of dollars pumped into it, and they had so many big celebrity names attached to it. It was basically supposed to be a platform where it had like shorter form content from celebrities, but with a production value of like a full movie. So they had one thing on Quibi with was it Chris Hemsworth? It's because of COVID that it flopped. Oh, that's some cope. Were you one of the shareholders or something? No, this shit was dead on arrival, really. There was no interest from like the majority of people. It was just kind of like a misguided platform that didn't really know what its niche would be or what its audience wanted. I'm sure COVID didn't help, but I don't think that's the sole reason for its downfall. Wouldn't COVID have helped? No, because like I said, their whole thing was like big quality, like high quality, expensive productions, like vertical, short form productions. And since COVID was shutting down productions, they couldn't pump those out. So COVID wouldn't have helped them with creating content. So that would have absolutely been a bit of a hindrance, I imagine. Made a platform for a product no one is interested in. Yep, that was kind of just a big issue. Like, who the fuck wants to see a 30-minute Liam Hemsworth vertical video movie? Like, is this one of those things where it's